on the name. We give them to you in just 30 minutes. So let's get started. What's up first, SG?
The heat, Craig. We have reached day 7 of record temps in the U.S. And now there are growing concerns over potential power outages out west. We're going to have the very latest.
Also, did you catch Jenna's skydive on our show Thursday? Well, now she's ready to take us behind the scenes for a look at what it took to pull off that unbelievable adventure live here on Today.
And Craig, you're going to catch up with Hollywood superstar Kevin Hart. Good chat about his film and also fatherhood.
Kind of in a light you haven't seen him. But speaking of Father's Day, we asked kids, big and small, about the lessons that they learned from their dads. You are going to love what they had to say.
That's going to be a good one. It is time. Let's do it. Today in 30. Let's get started with NBC's Erin McLaughlin. She's up early in Las Vegas, just one of the many cities coping with those extreme temps. Erin, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. I'm here on the world-famous Las Vegas Strip. It's 95 degrees here right now, and as you can see, the sun is not even out. That's forecast to rise to 114 degrees later today. That's just 3 degrees short of the all-time record, and this excessive heat goes way beyond Nevada, threatening tens of millions of Americans across the West. Like much of the West, Sin City is sizzling.
It's extremely hot.
We're really hot. I'm sweating right now.
The Las Vegas Strip hitting a sweltering 114 degrees, shattering an 81-year daily record.
So hot.
It's hot and humid. Her sandals melted yesterday.
Your sandals melted.
Yes.
This may be a real record-breaking year.
California's also feeling the heat. In the desert outside of Los Angeles, 123 degrees, tying the record for an all-time high. Death Valley reaching a scorching 128 degrees, shattering a record set in 1917.
This is early to have this much of a heat wave.
The temperature is ungodly hot.
California now urging residents to conserve power and declaring a state of emergency.
We have fans, and that's all. We just keep the windows open.
After a week of relentless heat, records were smashed in several western states. In Arizona, Phoenix hitting 118 degrees, a temp only reached 18 other days since the city started recording. In Colorado, Denver hitting triple digits for the 3rd day in a row.
I've never seen an early June like this.
The heat wave now reaching the Midwest, higher than normal temperatures seen in Omaha, Tulsa, and Kansas City. Some of the most extreme heat hitting regions already dealing with devastating droughts. Conditions now creating high fire danger across the West. Firefighters preparing for what's to come.
These summers are they're not typical anymore.
A dangerous late spring heat wave rewriting record books with millions waiting for relief. Experts say we're likely to see more of this kind of heat before the summer's over, so it's important to be prepared. They say limit your time outside during the hottest part of the day. Wear light or light-colored clothing and try and stay hydrated. Drink as much water as possible. That's really important when it gets this hot. Savannah?
All right, Erin, thank you very much.
Hello to all of you watching Today in 30. I'm sure you saw on the show earlier that there is going to be extreme heat from coast to coast. So I have a few tips for you if you want to stay cool. First of all, between 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. is when it's going to be the hottest. So that's a good time to, I don't know, maybe go to the mall where the air conditioner is always pumping, maybe pop into a movie since we can do that now because the AC will be going nice and strong too. You want to limit your outdoor time at that point in the day. Also, you really need to stay hydrated because as your body sweats to try to keep cool, you're just going to get more and more dehydrated. So drink as much water as you can. And also really just make sure you watch your pets as well because it's just as hot for them as it is for us and you want to keep them safe. So just a little advice as you try to stay cool today and all through the upcoming weekend. Stay safe.
We are back with In Depth today and this morning. The new retail war centered around the shopping event that's quickly become the biggest of the year, Savannah.
Yeah, Black Friday, scoot over. We're talking about Amazon Prime Day. It's actually a couple of days, next Monday and Tuesday, and it's forcing other companies to slash prices too and stage their own events to keep up. And that's good news for you. NBC's Sam Brock has taken a look at all of it. Hi, Sam. Morning.
Savannah, guys, good morning. The impact of Amazon cannot be overstated. 2 million deals this year for Prime Day, which is having ripple effects, not just on companies with traditional brick and mortar stores, but most notably in cyberspace, where companies like Target and Best Buy are all vying for your business in a shopping bonanza.
This year, forget the mania of Black Friday and the rush of Cyber Monday. Prime Day will surpass 2020 Cyber Monday levels, according to research just unveiled by Adobe, spawning a sea change in online retail.
What does it say that Amazon Prime Day is now as big as any of the holiday season shopping events?
They have really created something that has impacted the retail landscape in a big way. They were able to create a lot of spending in a time that used to be pretty quiet, the middle of the summer.
Prime Day's debut in 2015 generated just under $1 billion. Last year, the company raked in more than $10 billion. Retail rivals have taken notice. With Prime Day on June 21st and 22nd, Walmart has deals for days from the 20th to the 23rd. Best Buy's bigger deal event ends the 22nd, as does Target's Deal Days, with prices dipping across the board, from toys and clothes to tablets and air fryers. But Amazon says its 2 million discounts are a record.
We also have more small businesses selling on Prime Day than ever before. In fact, over 1 million deals from small businesses alone.
Some of the new rollouts this year: several episodes of a Prime Day show featuring artists like Billie Eilish and Kid Cudi that are available to stream for everyone. And 4 free months of Amazon Music Unlimited for Prime members, its premium subscription music service. But if consumer products are what you're looking for, experts suggest typing a specific brand or model number into Google's shopping tab, and you'll immediately get a cross-site comparison. This popular Little Tikes smartwatch for kids knocked down from about $55 to $39 on Walmart, Target, and Amazon site. A deals war fueled by the industry's biggest player.
The competition definitely stood up and took notice, and now almost every major retailer you can think of is staging its own sales event.
Now, as you navigate all of these deals, a pro tip right now: web extensions like Camelizer, spelled Camelizer, that work with your web browsers, guys, so you can see price history in real time. If a company raised the price of a product just to then drop it right before this weekend, you'll know about it. Experts also say there's no such thing as a good deal on a bad product, so look at the professional write-ups on sites like Reviewed. And of course, enjoy Christmas in the middle of summer, and happy Father's Day to all the dads out there. Back to you guys.
Oh, yeah.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism. Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
That was so fun.
Yeah, I mean, we're back. We're back with that big moment that everyone's still talking about. Jenna's heart-pounding and live skydive here on Today, Savannah.
She once again has taken our show to new heights, a plunge from 10,000 feet in the air with the Golden Knights, all done live to mark the U.S. Army's anniversary and what would have been her grandfather's 97th birthday, and we know how he loved to skydive. Well, this morning, Jenna is sharing a look back at her incredible journey.
Out of the gold into the black, once you're there, you never go back. The Golden Knights.
The big day began with the best of the best, suited up with the U.S. Army's famed parachute team, the Golden Knights. The same team that jumped with my beloved grandfather for so many of his milestone birthdays.
I think it's pretty daring for a 90-year-old to jump out of a helicopter.
Sergeant First Class Joseph Ablin would be my tandem jumper, ready to show me how it's done.
And we also have a little computer up here. If both of us were to take a nap in free fall, we would still land under a parachute.
I won't forget their kindness, their strength, and the most meaningful surprise.
I just saw my Gampy's name behind me, and so now I feel inspired.
Our scheduled time for takeoff, 7:30 a.m., wheels up from Davison Army Airfield in Virginia. Our destination, if I was lucky, the National Museum of the U.S. Army.
And we're gonna do this. Here we go.
Here we go.
We love you, Jenna.
Here we go. Bye, y'all. Say a little prayer.
We'll say our prayers. We can't wait.
Minutes later, the George H.W. Bush Twin Otter taking off. Just another day of work for the Knights. But for me, a startling revelation in the air.
I don't really like heights.
What was I thinking?
Why'd I do this?
We continued to climb higher and higher.
So is this 8,000 feet right here?
Right now we're at 2,000. We're going to start climbing to 10,000.
What?
It was emotional and terrifying too. But hearing my treasured colleagues cheering me on, offering their love and support, meant everything.
We love you.
We love you, Jenna.
Love you.
You got this.
See you on the ground.
All right, you got it.
God bless.
Then it was go time.
That's in a minute, 30
Doing
seconds.
this for Gampy, okay?
You got this for Grampy.
Ready to take the plunge, we were out the door.
Is she screaming your name?
Quickly descending at a speed of 120 miles per hour before my parachute released.
Oh my gosh, here we are! Yes!
It was a breathtaking view, those precious minutes.
Now we're just sailing and it's peaceful.
Floating through the sky on that most perfect, clear day, looking down at the magnificent earth below.
All right, here we go, y'all. Coming back to earth.
And finally, I touched ground. The feeling exhilarating.
Thank you so much.
My mom had been watching at the edge of her seat in Maine.
Jenna, we have one special guest who may be even more emotional than you are on the phone with us. Your mom, First Lady Laura Bush.
I can't believe I did that.
I know it. I can't believe it either. It was great. You did great. And it was a great, really, honor to your Gampy. We're proud of Jenna.
My father sharing in the sentiment. A proud moment for my entire family.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
And later, some feedback from my hero of the day.
So Sergeant Ablin, let's be honest. Was I a good student?
Jenna, I thought you did perfect. It was great sharing the skies with you 10,000 feet over the museum here.
It was a day I'll never forget. I jumped for the U.S. Army and for my Gampy, too. Remembering what he always told us, to enjoy every moment.
Get out and do something. Get out and enjoy life.
And so I took in every moment and felt closer to him in the heavens. An unforgettable experience to honor his legacy.
I'm crying again. I can't take it.
I love that side-by-side picture of the two of them as well.
It was so beautiful.
JBH.
You know, just I just got to hand it to her again and again, because this was, she really was scared. Her little hands were shaking, you know, and she was nervous the days and weeks. I talked to her the night before in the morning. She was glad she did it, but kind of like, what did I get myself into? And then she just went for it. It was so beautiful. I'm really proud of her.
It really was. And you said it earlier, Savannah, aside from what was happening, Jenna free falling to earth, The technical feat was really impressive to watch. It reminded me of watching that Red Bull thing a couple years ago when a guy jumped from space. It was where the cameras were.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Craig and I made a joke about how our IFBs sometimes don't work in the studio. Yet we could interview Jenna
heard us the whole time.
at 8,000 feet. You know, it was pretty amazing.
And the sergeant there, he had the GoPro strapped to his wrist. There was another member of the Knights. They had a camera. You can see there on his head there, attached to the helmet.
And then talking to her mom on the phone as soon as she hit the ground, and having Mike on the ground. You know, it was just produced well from all angles. It was riveting. I got home and Siri was like, I was glued to the TV. People were texting me going, that was so exciting.
And she took out the audio guy, and we still were able to hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, guys, show of hands, and Dylan, you're pregnant now, but let's just assume you weren't. Who would do it? Who would skydive?
I did it once.
You know, in honor of my grandfather, who was a Special Forces master jumper in the Army, I would do it, you know, in honor of that, because I thought that was so important and so cool that she did that. That would push me over the edge. Otherwise, I'm with the First Lady. Why jump out of a perfectly good airplane?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And only in tandem, by the way, not with anyone else. Would you, SG?
I don't know. I'm scared. Actually, Jenna was trying to get me to do it with her, and I was like, no, I'm too scared. So I guess that's my answer. No.
There's still time.
Stick around because there is much more coming up on Today in 30. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. We're going to do our part and get vaccinated live.
A very special naturalization ceremony.
This is a really inspiring group.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it. Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed. What's about to happen on our plaza is you're all going to get your very first COVID vaccine.
I'm excited.
She's excited. 3, 2, 1, champion!
So grateful.
Is that close to crying?
Here we go.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
Hello, Today in 30 Tribe.
We clash.
It's stuck with me today.
So
I know, that's it.
There's
Jacob.
so much. I'm glad you didn't wear your plaid suit today.
I was thinking about it.
Jacob, there's Dylan, I'm Craig. I spent some time with Kevin Hart recently, and here's Kevin Hart in a way maybe you haven't seen him before. Take a look. I think a lot of folks are going to watch this, and they're going to say, oh, that's not the Kevin Hart I know. Like, we're used to Kevin Hart making us laugh, and this is Kevin Hart in a completely different light.
I just want to do what your mom would have wanted me to do.
How hard was it to make the turn?
It wasn't hard at all. When the right projects come along, if it's time for you to make those transitions, then of course you take it and you do it. We were blown away from day one at Matt Logan's story, and his journey from pain to happiness is one like no other. So my respect level went through the roof, and my appetite for a meaningful piece of material went through the roof as well. So everything lined up, man. And then the Obamas came in as producing partners as well. I mean, all of the boxes were checked that said go.
Your buddy B.O., as you call him.
Yo, B.O.
What was it like working with B.O. on a project like this?
The value and promise in having the Obamas and their company as producing partners is them understanding a good piece of content. You're talking about a black man on the big screen playing the role of a father in a positive light. I don't think I need to say it, but it's not something you see often. We're crackheads, we're in jail, out of jail, we're missing, we're a discovery at the tail end of a life. It's never truly a story that's like from beginning to end, one that you follow and one that's uplifting.
How does it look? I think it's a new look. I think it's a new hairstyle that can catch on if given a chance.
So in this case, I felt that there was a need and real want behind the message that was being delivered. The Obamas got that, and he said, this is a great opportunity to uplift black fathers and black men.
How did you figure out how to cry on cue for the film?
You're pulling on emotional strings. It's a heavy story. When I first read the script, honestly, I teared up in the first 30 pages.
You obviously are a father of 4 yourself. How did you draw on your own experiences with fatherhood for the role?
That was my cheat sheet. You know, a lot of the stuff that I was doing, I had already experienced. I know where the nervousness comes from. I know where the confidence comes from. I know where the fear comes from. I've been there.
What's been the hardest part of being a dad?
The feeling of, am I doing a good enough job?
You struggle with that?
Well, you know, it's not a struggle. I think that's the wrong word. It's a thought that's always in the back of your head. It's one of, did I do a good enough job to prepare? Are they ready? Are they capable? Are they going to get eaten alive and spit back out into reality? It's like these are the things that you have tug of war with.
You had a child during a pandemic. How was that?
A little pandemic, baby. Look, it's amazing. Being privileged to bring a child into this world, that's a blessing within itself. It's unfortunate that the times were what they were, but a blessing is a blessing. And I'm not going to take it as anything other than that. My little princess, we got a new boss of the household. And I love that everybody's had an opportunity to wear that hat. And right now, Ori has it. Got me wrapped around a little finger. I wouldn't trade it for the world.
Obviously, there was the accident a while back, and you suffered a pretty serious back injury. I caught some video online recently. You seem to be back 100%. Saw some video of Kevin Hart in the gym, and it looks like you're training for something.
Yeah, I'm definitely 100% back to myself. Currently in the best shape that I've ever been in.
Last question, I promise. If you're a father of 4, it would seem to me, at least, not a stretch to be a father of 5, maybe 6. Have you given thought to doing it again?
Oof. It's been a discussion. I just told you, my baby Ori, you know, Ori's a blessing. I don't turn down a blessing. Now, am I planning for a number 5? No.
Which means it's happening.
Yeah, it sounds like
It's on.
Yeah, if conversations are
I'm
happening.
familiar with that discussion.
Yes, Fatherhood now available on Netflix, of course, just in time for Father's Day.
I love that. That was a good conversation to see that side of him.
We don't see that side of Kevin Hart a lot. He's got range, and I think now a lot of folks are starting to realize that he's not just funny.
No, it was so serious and sincere. It was really nice to see him like that.
I loved it.
Yeah.
Well, since we are talking about Father's Day, we do have a little surprise for you guys because it's not the third hour without a surprise. Take a look.
Hi, Dad. I love you. Happy Father's Day. You're so funny when you juggle fruit. I love you. I love you when you play with me. Bye.
Oh, I love you, Noah. Bye, Lucci.
Happy Father's Day. We love you. You're the best dad in the universe.
Ooh, the whole
wow.
So you win.
Wow.
That was so nice.
That was very nice.
What did you say? He loves when you
juggle fruit in the kitchen.
You juggle?
I 3, only 3. I can't do the 4.
That's still a feat.
That's plenty.
That's a feat.
And avocados are a fruit, just for the record.
In California,
Just
certainly.
don't drop them because then they get the soft spot and they're brown.
That was sweet, guys. Thank you.
guys.
Thanks, Del. Thanks, Sydney.
Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing. They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Dads deserve to be celebrated every day of the year, not just for their dad jokes, but for the life lessons that they often teach their kids.
Donna knows that all too well.
Yes, I do. When I was living with my parents last year, I realized how much I continue to learn from my dad, even as an adult, like stopping to actually smell the roses. So I wanted to talk to some teens and adults about the lessons they've learned from their dads. Take a look.
Meet some fabulous fathers.
Hi, my name is Issy, and my dad is Charles Bean.
My name is Skylan Connor, and my dad is Stephen Connor.
I'm Drew Butler, and this is my dad, Kevin Butler.
I'm Lily, and my dad is Working Abisa.
My name is James Gonzalez, and my dad is Michael Gonzalez.
What is something that your dad has always taught you?
I think it's to stay motivated. I'm a very big procrastinator, and I usually push off schoolwork until maybe the last day.
What you say and how you react to a situation will affect the outcome, so I always try to remember that and try to keep positive energy.
Always be yourself. I think that a lot of people try really hard to be someone they're not. And if you're always yourself, then it makes the people around you happy, and it makes you happy with the people you're around.
It's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. And so he's always taught me to be kind to others, to be understanding, to always treat people as I want to be treated.
One of the things that my dad taught me and instilled in me is the importance of persistence. Just keep going. Whether you do it wrong the first time, whether you get knocked down, you gotta get up and just keep going.
What have you learned about life through your dad's eyes?
Life is constantly a learning opportunity that every day presents us with new lessons to learn. We can be and achieve anything we want to.
How adventurous he is, because he's so down to earth and humble and able to just see everything from a different perspective.
To be grateful for what you have and where you grow up. My dad grew up in Haiti, so he immigrated here when he was 12. I try not to take things for granted and give you 100% in anything you do.
I got my dad because he's my inspiration. He's my best friend.
Now that you are a dad, how is your parenting style similar to your own dad's?
I really want to provide for my daughters the ability to come to me down the road, hopefully asking for advice, but then as well knowing that dad is there to have fun with them.
In public, when he's just being his goofy self, I always want to roll my eyes. But I also know that when I'm older, I'll appreciate those little times that I have to connect with them.
What would you like to thank your dad for?
Everything. My dad adopted me.
I would like to thank my dad for teaching me that love is a verb and that it is all about how we show it and not that we just say it.
What would you like your Father's Day message to be?
I would just like to let him know how much I love and appreciate him. He is fully committed in my life, and he just loves me so much.
He's a very good father to me, but I think the most important thing is he's my best friend.
Dad, I love you, and I'm so thankful for everything that you've done in my life. Even though I get annoyed or I have an attitude every now and then, I'm still always grateful for what you do.
I am forever grateful, and I do not take it for granted that you're my best friend.
Thank you, Daddy, for being there for me since day one, for encouraging me to pursue my dreams. You are truly one of a kind.
Donna, your dad's adorable.
Sweet.
Thank you.
Happy Father's Day to all the dads, especially shout out to Mike Feldman, super dad.
Yes, Feldy, happy Father's Day. Make sure to stick with us for another huge week on Today Next Week. Savannah's friend Drew Barrymore. Drew stopping by SG?
Yes, she is. And if you enjoyed that Coldplay concert, you are in for a treat because the amazing Her will be joining us on our plaza. You do not want to miss it.
We'll see you bright and early Monday morning right here on Today. Have a fantastic weekend. Now, I'm gonna go ahead and tell you, your dad's gonna have to fix this eye, but you look a little like the Joker. So I'm sure you've heard about dance moms. Well, what about dance dads? Today, I'm actually here in my hometown of Columbia, South Carolina at the Southern Strut Dance Studio where some dads have really found their place backstage. Let's meet them, shall we? Roll call.
I am Brent Clark. My daughter, Mia, has danced at Southern Strut for 4 years, and I am fortunate to do the props for her in the studio.
I am Antonio Williams-Lakin's dad. She's been dancing here at Southern Strut for 4 years. I'm a transportation, hairstylist, makeup artist.
I am Deputy Dustin Pollard with the Lexington County Sheriff's Department, and I'm Harper's dad. I help with sewing costumes, props.
My name's Kelly Ward. My daughter's Kayla. She's been here for approximately 12 years. I try to help out with everything I can around here and at dance competitions, doing whatever I have to do. Kayla started dancing at 3 or 4 years old, and she's been dancing ever since. That's her life. We tried other things. We tried t-ball, soccer, and it all reverted back to dance. We weren't blessed with another child, and she's all we got, so I just do everything I can to support her, and it happens to be dance.
Ever since I was little, I've seen him, backstage, wishing me good luck, or just being able to take me to dance and, giving me that extra boost of confidence. Besides dance, he's the thing that keeps me going.
My kids are they're my heart. We're here most of the time. Me being here with them, it's another way that I get to spend time with them. My job is hectic, so I go from night shift to day shift. So there's some nights I don't get to tuck them in bed. I don't get to see them at night. When I'm on those night shifts, I'll stop here on my way to work and see them, give them hugs, give them kisses.
He moves the props. He's a prop dad. He helps sew and sew.
The lady that usually did the costumes, her husband passed away recently, and she wasn't able to do them. So my wife, she's been coming here every night and helping do costumes, and one night she had some extra stuff that needed to be done, and so she brought it home, and when she brought it home, she's like, hey, you mind helping me? I'm like, well, I guess. So she gave me the stuff and I started going at it, and then I kind of got more costumes to do, so I started doing those, and then it turned into sewing bows. So I've made about 12 bows now. Knowing that they love it just makes me love it.
All right, thank you. Put on your seatbelt, Mama. I'm the one every day with her. I got that nickname, Dance Dad. It was like, oh, you're Dance Dad of the Year, because I was just doing everything. And at first, I was like, I don't need to be doing this, I'm a man. But after a while, when you dedicate it to your kids, especially when you have 2 girls in your life, you sort of take it with stride and you learn so much that things that a man wouldn't probably do, you end up doing because, these are your kids and I'll do anything for my girl.
How long have you been doing makeup?
Well, I think this started last year sometime. My wife got sick, and she was like, hey, if anything ever happened to me, you would have to do this. So then...
Did you practice before?
Yeah, well, my wife showed me a few times. I was ready. I was prepared, yeah.
Lake, who do you prefer? You prefer mom or dad to do the makeup?
The person that I prefer is Dad.
Wow, you got that endorsement.
I feel special now.
Man, he looks like he knows what he's doing.
I feel special now.
Now don't move too much. I don't want you to lose your eye. Oh yeah. Wait. Okay, wait. You gotta get a little more there.
Yeah.
Like that, something like that. How much of this is about the makeup? How much of this is about you spending time with your daughter?
This is really about spending time with my daughter because I do it every day. And then doing the makeup is just an added bonus.
Like 20 years from now, she's gonna be able to look back on these years and...
Yeah, and then hopefully she'll be doing my hair.
What happened to just like the tube they used to use, like the
Oh, no,
sticks?
this is special lipstick.
That looks expensive too. This dance hobby doesn't seem cheap.
Oh, it's not.
You know, when I was growing up, you know, we weren't allowed to have hobbies.
Yeah, keep it open, mama.
No, we didn't have any money for hobbies.
Yeah.
I took magic class once, and then after a few weeks, my father made me get out because the materials were going to be too expensive. This isn't that kind of story. I just went off on a rant. How long does this take?
This was about an afternoon.
All 6?
All 6, yes, sir.
So you design them too. You don't just build them. Like you're doing the design work.
Right, we did the design work. It's a lot of trial and error.
And this looks like a microphone.
It is a microphone. It's a dance microphone.
Did you make this?
I did make this.
Look at you.
Yeah, but we have a problem. We're gonna have to make a bigger bass. So, if you're up for the challenge, we're gonna fix these mics for these girls.
Okay. Like, is this your background?
No, it's not my background.
How does one learn how to do these things?
By practicing and actually being up here. Since my daughter's here all the time, I figured I'd be here with her.
So you don't have a background in props?
I do not have a background in props. I have a background in sales.
So this started as a way to just hang out with your daughter?
That's exactly right. It started by just helping put props on stage. I didn't really know what was going on behind the scenes.
You didn't know how the props got made?
Didn't know how they. I thought they just kind of miraculously appeared, but that's not the case.
Don't make faces. I'm perfectly qualified for this. So how many props would you estimate you've probably created?
Oh my goodness. Over the this last couple of years since I've been doing it, I'd say between 20, 25 props.
Really?
Yeah.
In your free time?
The very little free time that we have, yes.
Is that usable?
It's impressive. We're done with that one.
How about it?
I'm impressed.
I've made my contribution to the Southern Strut. Like, you guys are next level with the props.
That's what they say. When we show up at a dance competition, it's like, well, here comes Strut.
What do they have this year?
Props. Yeah, what do they have this year? So I feel like we have to live up to the...
How do you transport this stuff?
We have a very large truck that I've learned to drive over the last couple years.
So you make the props, you transport the props, and you put the props on stage?
Yes, sir. It's a lot of work, but it puts me where my kids are, and that's really where I want to be.
You're a dance dad.
I'm a dance dad. If you had told me that a bunch of years ago, I'd have said you were probably crazy, but now I like being called a dance dad. The very first competition I'll never forget, being backstage and being able, seeing her with this big smile on her face and just, ready to go, and I was able to be right there. I was able to see her. So it was instant for me to know that's where I needed to be.
I don't even like sitting in the audience and watching the performances anymore because I'm so used to seeing it from the backstage view.
I think with Lakin looking at me, she looked at me as a role model. I have to, set an example and be a good role model as a father.
Me having 3 girls, I'm involved with everything they do, no matter if it's breakfast with dads at school, if it's dance, if it's their competition, whatever it is, I'm there. I'm there because they love me being there with them.
It's important for me to know that she knows I have her back in anything that she does. I want her to know that she's got a dad forever and that she can lean on me for anything. I want her to know that I'm always there for her. I mean, I couldn't imagine being anywhere else, really.
Ready, actors.
An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Let me learn a little bit, and I'm gonna have you all the way together like mommy be having you together. Let me check you out. Let me see you. Oh, okay, let me see. Not yet, not yet?
No.
I ain't got it yet? All right, sit back down. Let me try again.
So one way dads are trying to stay involved in their kids' lives, doing their daughter's hair. This is actually my barbershop here at 30 Rock. But dads aren't just taking their sons to the barbershop anymore. No. Dads are actually doing their daughter's hair as a way to form a lasting relationship as they braid.
I'm Frank Whitfield, and we have 3 beautiful daughters, Octavia, Sophia, and Eliza.
My name is Ricardo Benson. My daughter is Colby Benson.
Outside Cleveland, Ohio, 2 dads are tackling the tresses of their daughters, or at least trying to.
Oh, tired. I'm tired. On my back. I recently made a huge decision to resign from my job, so I'm around a lot more, the house, and I want to be able to chip in and help out with the kids with their hairs. I came into Octavia's life when she was 8 years old, so I went from single to married with a daughter. Immediately I had to learn how to figure out how to do her hair when we wanted to go out somewhere. And Sophia, she doesn't let me do her hair yet because she doesn't feel like I'm good enough yet. And Eliza, she doesn't know any better, so I get a chance to do her hair quite often. I'm gonna keep that out there. I'll brush you together right here. You all right?
Yeah.
We all find our unique things that we do together. And so even when they're doing each other's hair, I'm sitting amongst them talking to them. So, hair is a big part of this house, and a lot of households, hair is a key part of it. So we get that bonding opportunity often, whether I'm doing the hair or not. We often get a chance to bond around it.
My daughter is my world. Everything I do is for her.
The combing, the brushing, it's not about looks, but about time together.
When we do her hair, we do it at night. We sit on the couch, we watch a movie, she'll read a book, and it's just time for us to really just sit down and talk about how her day was going. It's a bond for sure. I want my daughter to understand that she can talk to me about anything. And sometimes that's when I get things that I don't hear about her day. She's more relaxed at that time and she opens up a little bit more.
It hurt?
Okay. Her hair is so curly, it's kind of hard to do sometimes.
What could I do better? Braids? The twist?
Just a side pony.
But at the same time, I want to be able to provide that for my daughter as well. I just hope that I can continue to put that smile on my daughter's face after I do her hair and her really like it. And me not be like, Daddy messed up on this one. Let's start over.
That's where Taya Riggins comes in. She owns Naturally Me Studios and holds quarterly workshops teaching Frank, Ricardo, and others how to perfect their ponytails.
I actually deal with a lot of male clientele. They'll come to me and they say, hey, T, can you help me with my daughter's hair? And because I have a passion for hair and a passion for teaching, I thought that would be a great opportunity to step in, because we expect dads to be about sports and we expect them to be about other things, but there are things that you can do with your child. Doing hair is actually really fun and interactive.
I decided to take this class just so I could be better at doing her hair, not hurting her, pulling her hair out, and learning how to braid.
Well, I think that's the challenge. People don't want you to practice on them. It's like they want you to have it right. So classes like this give me a chance to figure it out.
I hold the brush right here at the base because it makes it easier and you're not yanking.
Before I took the class, I was the king of the ponytail. So just, brush it all the way back. Try your best to squeeze it and put the rubber band around it. I still haven't figured out the braiding though.
A lot of them come out a little bit like the Pippi Longstocking you know, sticking straight out of the head instead of actually laying down.
I feel like it seems easy, you know, grabbing 2 strands and twisting them tight. You know, the last time I tried, I failed, so I ended up going back to the ponytail. So it's like, all right, I gotta master this thing.
So this is also a trend that's becoming more and more popular. You've got dads on YouTube learning how to do their daughter's hair. You've got dads teaching other dads how to do their daughter's hair. Now you've got this former NFL player named Matthew Cherry. He's written a book called Hair Love, highlights all of it. Why do you think this particular story resonates with so many people?
I just thought, you know, the father-daughter dynamic was so unique. Just this combination of like all these viral videos of black fathers doing their daughter's hair. These videos were going viral because people weren't used to seeing these images. They thought it was like an anomaly. And so with this, I just want to make sure that hopefully just normalize it. And you know, right now, I think in 2019, like, you know, the gender norms are going away.
What do you want people to take away from the book?
I think there's a big stereotype that African-American men aren't involved in their kids' lives. And so just trying to normalize and show that, you know, yeah, we definitely, not only are we a part of our kids' lives, like we'll do things that you probably didn't think that we would do, like doing hair and, you know, things you do because you want to show your daughter that she's the most important thing in your world. And so I think that really is the messaging behind it.
But for those dads back in Ohio, it's the daily practice, the small moments with their girls that they treasure.
I wouldn't change it for the world, whether I'm messing up or it looks great, you know? Every moment that I get with my daughter that's all that matters.
Being a father, it's about being present. It's important that they feel that love and that they feel that care and protection as a father. And I think things like being able to do their hair are just pluses. It shows that, hey, I want them to feel and look beautiful. The ability to bond with your daughters like this is something that is irreplaceable.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What's about to happen on our plaza is you're all going to get your very first COVID vaccine.
I'm excited.
She's excited. 3, 2, 1, champion!
So grateful.
That close to crying.
Here we go.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. What's about to happen on our plaza is you're all going to get your very first COVID vaccine.
I'm excited.
She's excited. 3, 2, 1, champion!
So grateful.
That close to crying.
Here we go.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
Yes.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back. Y'all were exactly what we needed.
For this installment of Dad's Got This, I chatted with a guy named Rob Keeney of Seattle, Washington. Rob's been using his time in quarantine to create a special series of how-to videos on YouTube called Dad, How Do I? Rob's dad was absent for most of his childhood, never had someone to look to for dadvice, as he calls it. Now, he's answering some everyday life questions for quite the growing fan base.
Hey kids! Today I'm going to show you how to iron a men's dress shirt. Today I'm going to show you how to shave. Today I'm going to show you how to tie a tie.
These questions that you answer, like how to tie a tie, how to change a tire, are these the questions that you had as a child growing up without a dad?
It definitely would have been helpful for me to have some of these videos, because when I first shaved, I didn't know what I was doing.
55-year-old Rob Keeney is one of 7 siblings. When he was entering his teenage years, his parents' marriage was falling apart, and his mom struggled with alcohol addiction. The couple soon divorced, and Rob's father took custody of the remaining kids in the home.
He got custody of us, but he would load up the cabinets with groceries, and then he'd be gone for a week because he had met another woman. And then my dad finally, on my sister's 9th birthday, announced he didn't want to have kids anymore. And that was when I was 14.
Rob's older brother Rick took him in and reared him through his teenage years in a cramped mobile home. Let's fast forward to you becoming a dad. How did all of that shape the way that you were going to be a dad?
At a very young age, I determined I wasn't going to do that. That I wanted to do it the right way.
Your daddy.
Rob and his wife went on to rear 2 children of their own. In conversations in recent years with his adult daughter, Christine, the two often talked about Rob's habit of offering his kids dadvice. In those talks, the seed for the Dad How Do I video series was planted.
You want the tie to come out right about your waistline. Looks cool that way. If you have it up here, that's dorky.
I want to hear from a comforting parent right now. I said, Dad, I would just watch you change a tire if I'm honest.
Set that aside.
Rob, when you posted that first video, what did you expect?
Thought I'd have 30 or 40 subscribers and just a few people would see it.
And now how many YouTube subscribers do you have?
2 million.
What does that tell you?
It just shows what a need there is, which actually is a little bit, it breaks my heart a little bit. And that can be
Thousands of comments like these line the pages of Rob's videos. As a man of faith, he says he's humbled by the source of kindness and support his videos have become for those without a father figure in their lives.
If you just need a method, this is one that's worked well for me for a long time.
How much of all of this has been cathartic for you?
Over the years, I've had to cough up, I call them coughing up hairballs, because there's times where I've gotten in a bad place and had to call my brother and had him talk me through what happened to me.
You've taken that pain and you've created something fantastic for millions of people.
I get a little overwhelmed thinking, man, I hope I do this right. I'm so grateful for the community that you guys are building.
It's very unfiltered. And I think that takes a lot of strength and vulnerability to really lean into who you are and not pretend to be anyone you're not. So I'm very proud of him for doing that.
Today, I'm going to show you how to use a stud finder. If you came here looking for help finding a boyfriend, that would be a different stud finder. Dad joke, sorry.
One of the highlights of your posts are the dad jokes that you work in.
I tell you what my favorite joke is. It's a knock-knock joke, though, and I haven't been able to use it because you can't have a knock-knock joke. Knock-knock.
Who's there?
Interrupting cow.
Interrupting cow. Who? That's how you know that you've become a dad, when you laugh at jokes like that. Rob Keeney, ladies and gentlemen. One commenter even described him as a Mr. Rogers for adults. Lofty praise indeed. I wanted to let you know that Rob and his dad eventually ended up making amends before his dad passed away. Rob has also set up a P.O. box if you'd like to write him a personal letter. And as always, go to thirdhourtoday.com for more videos in our Dad's Got This series.
This is about 50 votes. If you can't get bipartisanship here, where are you going to get it? If China decided to cover this up, can we ever actually get a definitive answer? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Keep going, keep going. Block the shot. Years ago, I used to say, forget about the ponytail and look at them as wrestlers because there's going to be a point where the ponytail is not going to matter. And we're at that point. Team Alpha is an all-girls wrestling club, started 5 seasons ago. We started out with approximately 9 girls, since have grown to over 50. An alpha wolf doesn't necessarily have to be an alpha male, right? Female wolf can be the alpha, the leader of the pack. You know, we're not quite leaders just yet on the national scene, but we're getting there.
Participation in girls wrestling has seen a 500% increase since 2001 and is currently sanctioned as a high school sport in 21 states. Team Alpha's home state of New York isn't yet one of these, so girls either wrestle on the boys' team or compete in clubs outside of school.
I have 2 daughters, Kendall, who is 13. She's been wrestling just over 3 years, and McKenna, who is 10, and she's been wrestling a little over 5, and she was probably around 2 or 3. And my wife and I noticed that the only time she ever sat still was when she was either watching wrestling on TV with me or at tournaments.
After watching one of those wrestling tournaments as a 4-year-old, McKenna told her dad something that would change everything.
And I was like, Dad, I want to start wrestling. And then I started wrestling on the boys' team at first, and then Dad made a girls' team.
What do you like about wrestling?
Since I'm wrestling, I feel like I'm tougher.
When you were wrestling with the boys, did you enjoy that?
Yeah, it's fun. When you wrestle them, it's not that intense as it is wrestling a girl.
Why is that?
Because boys aren't that tough. I'd probably do better if I wrestled boys, but I kind of like wrestling girls better because girls don't sweat as much as the boys do when we're wrestling.
As a boy, I'll pretend not to be offended.
Okay.
The girls of Team Alpha range in age from kindergarten to 12th grade, but they all see themselves as part of the same movement.
I feel like it's like partially like a women's rights movement in a way, because we're trying to get like a male dominant sport to also be like our sport.
I've had coaches say girls shouldn't be wrestling, like just, you know, we all hear it, but I kind of block it out or just take it as like motivation to just push myself.
Some of the kids in my class, I'm like, call me a tomboy, but I'd rather be a tomboy than a girly girl, so I like it better than that.
I know it's 2020, but you know that there are still some people who think girls shouldn't be wrestling.
Yeah.
It's not a sport for girls. What would you say to them?
I would say girls can do anything boys can.
We just brush it off until they sanction girls wrestling here in New York, then we'll do what we got to do to get the girls on the mat that want to be on the mat.
Coach Ken started wrestling in 3rd grade, encouraged by his dad, a former high school wrestler who would work double shifts to support their family. Long days on the job prevented him from attending Ken's wrestling matches.
You know, I ran around most of my teens, you know, mad, angry. Why doesn't my dad get to come to all my stuff like some of the other kids? When I started coaching my kids and when they started to get older, I swore I'd never miss anything. So that's what I base everything around. I have to be there.
12, 13, 14.
Ready?
When I'm on the mat and I hear my dad on the side, I know that he loves me and he wants to get me like more into the sport. It's the best feeling a kid could ever have.
He says, be a leader, not a follower, and I always listen to that.
The first step's always the hardest in this sport. Once you take that first step, at the very least,
you're gonna learn a work ethic that sticks with you forever. There's nothing wrong with being tough. You know, there's nothing wrong with being gritty. That's what gets it done on the mat. That's what gets it done in life.
Before the girls came along, is this where you thought you'd be?
Never.
It's pretty cool though.
It's awesome. You know, I got 2 blood daughters and 50 more in the club.
Alpha! We are Alpha! 4, 5, 6 family!
Hey, Today All Day. We've got great shows for you this Friday morning. Let's kick it off with Pop Star. Okay, Carson has the latest pop culture news that we all need to know. Take a look.
The clock says pop star time.
First up, we got Diana Ross in the news today. The legendary singer is out with new music. Miss Ross announcing her first new album in 15 years. It's called Thank You. And Diana says this collection of new music is a songbook of love to her fans. And the title track off the upcoming album dropped overnight. Here's a little bit of the single, Thank You. Sounds coming back. This is kind of, you know, back in the day, fun, retro. Hear a little bit of that in like that Coldplay song yesterday, their new song. It's fun, it's funky. So good for her. Thank You starts streaming this September. Next up, Friends. The reunion is the gift that keeps on giving, pop star. This week, James Corden released a look behind the scenes of the big HBO Max event. And on his way to host that reunion interview on the Warner Brothers lot, James picked up all 6 members of the cast. And of course, you knew this was going to happen. A little golf cart karaoke ensued.
No one told you life was gonna be this way. Your job's a joke you broke, your love life's the away. It's like you're always stuck in second gear. But when it hasn't been your day, your week, your month, or even your year, I'll be there for you. Oh my God, it's
I feel like if they had pitched this idea on paper, nobody would want to do it on paper. But now that they did it, it's super fun to watch. That is, well, as we said, the gift that keeps giving. I guess it's out. You can just watch it by now. Next up, Trevor Noah. Earlier this week, the comedian and Daily Show host announced that he's going to be hitting the road for a series of stand-up shows across the country. The tour is being called Return to Abnormal. And our buddy Willie Geist got a chance to check in and chat with Trevor in person and get all those details.
What's the plan there? Is there one yet?
Yeah, there is. There is. I'm excited, man. This has been the longest period since I've started stand-up that I haven't done stand-up. How many times have we taken for granted a space where hundreds or even thousands of people can come together for the purpose of laughing, Willie? Man, I didn't appreciate it as much as I do now. And so I'm getting back on the road. I'm excited to be doing shows again. It'll be a little bit of what's happened, a little bit of nothing, which is great. I'll be telling jokes about, I don't know, 16th century England, you know?
To see their full interview, you can tune in to Sunday Today with Willie Geist this weekend, of course, here on NBC. Next up, the 70s are staying alive this morning. Not only is Diana Ross out with new music, but the Foo Fighters announcing that they're coming out with a Bee Gees tribute album next month.
Wow.
Releasing the music under their disco alter ego, the DGs. The track list looks pretty groovy. More Than a Woman will get covered. Night Fever, You Should Be Dancing. Fans got a little preview of the Foo Fighters' retro sound back in February when the band appeared on BBC Radio 2. Take a listen. I mean, you remember like when Weezer does a cover, it can sound eerily like the original? That's the Foo Fighters. Yes.
The DGs?
The DGs.
That's their alter ego?
Yes.
Did not know anything about this.
It sounds good. Those high harmonies are spot on. The album is called Hail Satin, Side A, the DGs. That comes out on July 17th. Up next, Miley Cyrus. She's the host of an upcoming concert celebrating Pride Month. streaming on Peacock starting June 25th. Miley Cyrus presents Stand By You, features a star-studded lineup of music's top artists and LGBTQ plus allies, including brothers Osborne, Mickey Guyton, and Maren Morris, and a whole lot more. You can catch the show next Friday on NBC's streaming service, Peacock. Good for Miley and friends. That's your Pop Start. Have a good weekend. Happy Father's Day. Quickly, by the way, shout out to my buddy Blake Shelton. Happy birthday, pal. There he is. Today is Blake Shelton's birthday. He's 58.
He's not 58.
Is he not 58?
He's not 58.
He looks 58, but he's not. Maybe he's, I don't know how old he is, but Blake, I love you, pal. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Blake.
Coming up next on Today Talks, it's Superfood Friday on the 3rd hour. Stick around to see what Dylan and Craig are cooking up for Father's Day weekend.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. We're going to do our part and get vaccinated live.
A very special naturalization ceremony.
This is a really inspiring group.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world. Love it!
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30.
We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Welcome back. Today on the 3rd hour, Joy Bauer is here, and she's got a special meal for Father's Day. Take a look.
Welcome back, Jacob Soboroff, sticking around with us this morning, and you're in for a treat because it is Superfood Friday.
Okay, I've never done a Superfood Friday. Today, nutritionist Joy Bauer has a recipe for the dads, just in time for Father's Day, chicken bruschetta. Joy, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Just when I
Welcome
thought
to my backyard.
I know, just when I thought the inside of your house couldn't get more gorgeous, you take us to the outside, so we're loving the view.
Well, I'm hoping you guys are going to come over for a pool party, and now that we have a food juggler in our presence, I want to see that.
I can't do it with tomato bits. I noticed the tomato bits, they're a little small for the juggling, but I do want to jump in. You're starting with the bruschetta first. What are you mixing all together there, Joy?
Okay, so basically what we're doing is we're taking a beloved classic appetizer and we're transforming it into a mouth-watering entree. It's basically bruschetta topped on a tender, juicy, protein-packed piece of chicken smothered in ooey-gooey mozzarella.
Ooh.
So the do-it-yourself homemade bruschetta is so crazy easy, guys. The whole entire recipe comes together in less than 15 minutes once you have everything laid out. So this is 5 chopped up Roma tomatoes. You could use any tomatoes. I like to use this type. They're also called plum tomatoes because they tend to be a little less liquidy and more firm.
Perfect for
But
juggling.
Again, you can use
Perfect for juggling.
You're so right. Look at this. It's really perfect. So now we're adding half a cup of finely chopped red onion. It's going to give it a nice vibrant pop of color, and of course aromatic basil. This is minced 1/4 cup of fresh basil. And I have a bunch of seasonings. We have some garlic, a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper. And before we mix it up, I'm just adding 2 tablespoons of EVOO, extra virgin olive oil,
Nice.
and
Ooh.
1 tablespoon of a balsamic vinegar. And let me show you how easy this is. It's so delicious. I'm making a great big batch. Truth be told, you're going to have some left over, but trust me, you're going to be very happy. You can
Yeah,
eat it on the side, or you could stash it in the fridge. And then the next morning, I like to throw it in my scrambled eggs or an
Oh, that's a
omelet.
really good idea. So once that's all mixed together, instead of putting it on, traditional bread, you're going to make it healthier with some chicken breast.
Right. So now it's going to be low carb, low in calories, and packed with protein. So I have 4 thin chicken breasts. I'm just going to mist it with some olive oil, season it up with some Italian seasoning right over here, a little bit of salt. And because they're so thin, I put it on the grill. Follow me over to the grill. Going to put it on the grill for just 2 to 3 minutes on each side. And you see I have some that are already cooking. When I flipped it over, I melted some mozzarella cheese. I'm actually going to jump over to those pieces so I can top it for you.
So what do you put on there, Jill? Well, eventually you get the bruschetta. I have a half Italian wife, so I'm allowed to say bruschetta. You put the cheese on there to bring it all together. Is that the idea?
Yes. So here, I melted a little bit of mozzarella cheese, and again, it's eater's choice. You can leave it without the cheese if you want, and then you just top it with your bruschetta or bruschetta.
Respect, thank you.
And I think I've been saying it wrong my whole entire life.
I have too.
And
I just say how they say it at the Olive Garden.
And Father's Day dinner is served.
Joy,
Delicious.
that looks amazing. I still can't wait till you were here so we could try that in person.
Joy, we appreciate it very much. And for all of you guys, for the recipe right now, go to today.com/food.
Well, summer's almost here, and we're finally free to move about the country.
It is going to be a very, very busy travel season here and abroad. And just this morning, the European Union actually gave the green light for Americans to go visit again.
So exciting. Travel expert and host of the Travel Genius podcast, Mark Elwood, is here with us, and he's got some getaway pics. You can see them, of course, by scanning that QR code at the bottom of your screen. Mark, good morning.
Good morning. How are you? Are you ready for a vacation?
Yes. Oh, we are all so ready for a vacation. So talk us through, as restrictions are being lifted, what should people expect as they prepare to travel? And are there any differences between international versus domestic traveling?
I think it's important to be prepared. And look, if you're traveling domestically, I want you to think about regulations in your destination versus your home state. Check. There is still a patchwork, so you want to anticipate the difference. Remember that on most forms of transportation, masks are still mandatory. That's a CDC rule. You can check its website for updates. And, planes and airports are busy. I flew back from the Caribbean yesterday, and there were lots of people. But remember to bring food magazines with you, because although there's a lot of people, not all the stores and restaurants are open.
Very true. I was at the airport yesterday. It was wedged, as we say. Mark, I have to ask you, we have all spent so much time inside over the past year. You have found, I understand, a great vacation option for those looking to embrace the great outdoors, but maybe they don't have a ton of camping experience. In other words, me.
I was going to say, I think I'm like you. I think we've all found a new love of the outdoors, even if we're not outdoorsy. So we want a tent that's really comfortable with a bed. We want some Adirondack chairs. I have got you covered, right?
Okay,
I've got you covered with Tenta. And this is a company that basically gives you the camping setup. You don't have to hammer the pegs into the ground. We've got one 30 miles north of New York City. Look at that. I mean, in this gorgeous park. But even if you're not in the Northeast, don't worry. There are a lot of Tenta sites around the country. So just go to its website and you'll be able probably to find one very close to you.
That's a great concept.
We call that glamping.
Oh, no doubt. Sign me up for that, Mark. Let's go from glamping to a more traditional vacation, perhaps. Folks who are looking for some, fun in the sun, but they don't really like those crowded beaches. What do you have for those folks?
I'm going to send you to the Secret Coast. Do you know where the Secret Coast is?
No, it's a secret.
You like that? Yeah.
Let us in on the secret.
Exactly.
Do tell.
Let me let you in. So this is Mississippi. I'm going to send you to coastal Mississippi. Gorgeous Gulf Coast, charming, amazing shrimp. If you love shrimp, you will eat your weight in shrimp. Look at this resort. This is the Centennial Plaza. Was built for Mississippi's centenary. Damaged horribly in Hurricane Katrina, but rebuilt as basically a family fun palace. Look at this, on-site water park, amazing restaurants, and again, if you better get ready to eat that shrimp, because you will eat shrimp morning, noon, and night.
Can't go wrong with that. Take us out to California now. We all love a good wine country vacation, but do you have a place that's a little more off the beaten path?
I love that you should ask. Yes, I do. Of course, we've all heard of Napa and Sonoma, but what about Paso Robles, right in the Central Coast? Pinot Noirs, Zinfandels, over 250 wineries there, but not somewhere that everyone has come across. Gorgeous. California is back open. It wants tourists again. Look at that gorgeous landscape. And this summer, the artist Bruce Monroe has done a site-specific installation in Paso Robles. He's known for his beautiful sort of light sculptures, and he's doing a wine bottle-inspired one in and around this landscape through the end of September. We got a gorgeous little kind of like all Western Inn. Look at those. I mean, look at his installation. I mean, gorgeous. But we've got a lovely downtown inn that's super Californian. You've got, who wouldn't want a weekend there?
I went last summer. I'm going to go again this summer, as a matter of fact. I didn't see the light installation. Didn't ride the horses either. But I want to ask you before you have to go. There's a lot of people that want to go stamp their passports again. They want to get out of the country. Apparently, you have the perfect place with some fun options for parents and children.
Oh, yeah, totally. Look, quickly, we want to go to Jalisco in Mexico. July 24th, National Tequila Day. If you want to celebrate that, go to the Solar de las Animas. It's a Jose Cuervo-run resort. Amazing for families. 2 kids under 12 stay free this summer. But look at this old train. If you're a grown-up, you get to go through the Mexican countryside, sample tequila, see the distilleries. So it's good for grown-ups, and then there's great pools and activities at the resort for kids.
Wow, that looks amazing. Mark, thank you so much. I think we want to book all of these trips.
Coming up on Hoda and Jenna, stick around to see what surprises we pull out of our purses this week. They're doozies.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
Welcome back. Today on Hoda and Jenna, we talk about plans for our Father's Day weekend. Take a look. Okay, so it's Father's Day weekend. I feel like Father's Day always gets like second or third billing, doesn't it? Mother's Day, we're like, what's happening? Flowers coming? Plan? What's going on? And then Father's Day, it's just sort of like.
I think, yeah. I mean, I agree, and I have asked Henry. I kind of am panicked too, because Father's Day just sort of always arrives.
Yes, it does. It kind of sneaks up on us.
Done anything? I mean, he is one of the cutest humans. He put coffee out for me again.
He did it again.
Yes, he did it again. It's becoming a habit.
Oh my God, but he's such a sweet guy.
So we'll celebrate, but I asked him what he wants to do. He said probably go to church.
Yeah, Sunday, right?
And
then
hang
what else?
out.
Hang out. He doesn't seem like he cares about
He's
that.
not high maintenance.
Yeah,
no. But I do feel like I need to do something.
Yeah, I think the kids will make cards. Like
yes.
They'll do, right?
Yes.
Color something or draw something.
That's work for me, but yes.
Yeah.
What about you?
I think we're gonna do. One of our favorite things to do is just bake sheet cakes. We do it for birthdays, and I think it's fun to do even for like Father's Day. Why not? Like we all get together, we make a cake, we give them some cards. Joel's just happy when everybody's around together. So anyway, we were talking about slowing down. And our pal Maria Shriver had a great topic in her Sunday paper, which really captivated us. It was last Sunday's, but it was a good one.
Super interesting. All these headlines say that busy is back.
You know what's funny? I guess busy seems like, look at me. It's like, look at my life. It's so packed and full, and I'm so sprinting around busy. People use it, I think, as like a badge of honor.
Yeah.
Look at me, I'm busy. You know, I think busy means I'm not sitting around.
I think
and it's
busy,
bad news.
Both busy and exhausted or tired are like this currency. Like it's cool to be so worn out.
Well, people are like, I only need 5 hours sleep. I'm like, how is that possible?
Don't you want more than that?
This is what Maria wrote, and I love this. She says, I don't want busy to be back. I want to move forward at a different pace. I want to honor how this past year has changed me, how it impacted every part of my life, because it did.
Yeah, and she adds, when we live, talk, text, and work from a busy place, no one gets the best version of us.
I know. Whenever I feel that feeling of being crazed, you know, you try to slow yourself down, but you are useless to like everybody. And you may be, you know what's funny? You may be checking your list off. You may be getting stuff done, and you may feel accomplished at the end. But really, at the end of the day, you know, you don't feel right. Like, you know, like I got it all done. It's like, and then what?
Yeah.
Good for you.
You know,
you're exhausted.
Yesterday, I was Mila didn't feel very well, so I was reading with her. We've been reading these scary stories and having so much fun, and we were reading, and I was trying to figure some logistics out, so I was also texting.
Yeah.
And she goes, "Mommy, please put your cell phone away."
She said that?
She said, "Please put your cell phone away." And it was like, and I've heard that before, but there was something about like trying to balance two things, which is like the busy thing.
Yes, you're like, I'm trying to get this one thing done, and then I'm going to focus.
Like, why couldn't I have just done it later? Like, what is the urgency, unless it is something that's really urgent? So Henry and I have a new code word, which is called code green. Instead of, Henry goes, I'm really good at code red, because he is. You know, when there's like the diaper torn off and stuff everywhere, he springs into action.
Yeah, what's
but
code
when
green?
It's code green, which means it doesn't matter. Sometimes we both
that's
get worried about it unnecessarily. So if it's like, if the kids are like, spilled, one of us goes code green, so that we just take the temperature down. And it's a new thing. I don't know if it's working, but I'm enjoying it.
By the way, I love that.
Don't you
I think
like
that's
that?
great.
Like, it ain't a big deal.
So we missed our purse day yesterday, our weekly purse day Thursday, so we're changing it to purse day Friday.
Okay, so here it is.
It seems flat. Let's see.
Wow.
Oh.
A little beef jerky.
Okay.
This is Country Archer beef
Grass-fed. Oh, Lord.
Because
I'm a little afraid to eat it.
Well, it's going to get in my teeth.
It's okay.
Okay,
Just take a little.
last Saturday was National Jerky Day.
Oh my gosh. All right, so apparently
that's not all.
Country Archer made something just for us. Oh, Jerry?
I'm scared.
Oh my gosh. No, it's not. Is it? Oh my gosh, it's a huge beef jerky. From Country Archer, a portrait.
I've never had my portrait done in jerky before. I'm not sure even what to think. Is it good?
Oh my God. It's grass-fed.
Okay, well, huge thank you to
Well, that was so nice. Jason Messier. He spent 50 hours. He used 1,000 little pieces of jerky. Oh my God, that was awesome.
Actually, that's a better portrait than the one my dad did of me. And this is jerky.
Today Talks continues after the break.
Ready, actors.
An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like, really confusing. So, it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for?
Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky. Cleveland, reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic.
How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Right now on NBC News Now,
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing. They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed. It is time to get those competitive juices flowing. It's a game we call Donna-rama.
Okay, Donna, get us started. Okay, let's see who you're playing for today. Can't wait to find out. Favorite part right here. And on Team Hoda, we have Alice Sang from Jersey City, New Jersey. And on Team Jenna, we have Natasha Bean from East St. Louis, Illinois.
All right.
All right, so let's talk about this week's game. This weekend is Father's Day, so we thought it was the perfect opportunity to play a new game we're calling Dattle Royale. Here's how it'll work. Dattle. We like a pun.
Okay.
I'll read you a dad-themed question. Some are multiple choice, others are fill in the blank, some are random, others are more random. Hoda, this week you're up first.
Come on, Alice, let's go.
Here we go. Which famous star is this man the father of? Harry Styles, Gigi Hadid, or Emma Watson?
He is the father of... Oh, Harry Styles.
Yes, how did you know that?
How
did you know that?
Because we've had Harry Styles on our show quite a bit, and he always brings family members, and that guy looked like his uncle.
Well, that is Dad Desmond. Please come back on our show.
Harry Styles' uncle the last time he was performing.
Yeah, he was here.
Okay, well, that feels like
somebody else.
That feels like that's unfair, but okay.
All right, Jenna, which famous star is this the man the father of? Priyanka Chopra, Mindy Kaling, or Aziz Ansari?
Oh, that's easy.
I think it's Mindy.
You're right.
Yes.
Mindy's talked about her dad to me. She's very, very close with him. So
See, you both have personal
good.
ties to these families. All right, this is Mike from Atlanta, Georgia. Just Mike. Which of these people is not his kid?
Oh, is not his
Wait,
kid.
who are these?
Just randos?
Viewer submitted.
The child who's not his kid is... B.
That's what I was going to say.
No, it's actually C. That's his daughter-in-law, Danielle.
Oh, C's his daughter-in-law.
Well,
they're
so it's
practically
kind of his
family.
kid.
Well, and it's just random.
Okay, this
but
is fun.
Thank you, Mike.
Fun.
Okay, Jenna, this is Ron from Sevierville, Tennessee. Which one of these people is not his kid?
Oh, jeez.
Okay.
You got trouble.
I think C is not his kid.
It's actually A.
Oh, man.
A is his daughter's best friend. You know, we just had to throw a wrench in it.
We're just looking at smiles and eyes. Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Hoda, which actor played the dad to these kids in a comic movie? Adam Sandler, Michael Douglas, or Steve Martin?
Steve Martin.
Yes, that's
Very
correct.
good.
That was Cheaper by the Dozen. And actually, the film was released in 2003, and Steve Martin was not a parent at that time.
Okay.
2-1. Okay, let's go ahead for my
You like those fun facts? Okay, Jenna, which actor played the dad to these kids in a famous TV show? James Avery, Reginald VelJohnson, or
B.
Denzel Washington? You are right. It's Reginald, and he played Carl in Family Matters.
Because I loved that show.
Okay. Hoda.
Family Matters.
Hoda.
Yeah.
Do you know the answer to this dad joke?
Okay.
How do celebrities stay cool?
How do celebrities stay cool? Cool. How does with a fan? Fans.
Close. Well, yeah.
I got
have
it.
many fans. Yeah, I'll give that to you. That was good.
Fans.
That was a really good one. I was going to say Ice Ice Baby.
Jenna, are you the master of dad jokes? Can you answer this one? What does a house wear?
Oh, what does a house wear?
Don't say anything, people.
Do you know it? Does a house wear
3, 2,
paint?
A dress, like address. A dress.
That's a good dad joke.
I know, that's a good one, right?
Oh, wait, is it over?
It's over, and Hoda, you won.
You won the weirdest game we've ever played.
It is pretty weird. Alice, the folks at Gap are sending you a $300 gift card. Don't worry, Jenna. Don't worry, Natasha. You are getting a Hoda and Jenna t-shirt and travel
So
mug.
we're tied again?
It looks like we're tied.
Okay, I like it. Here we go. Now, if you want to be part of Donna-rama, and why wouldn't you, head to hodaandjenna.com, hit the connect button, and we'll put your picture up on our board.
Welcome to Today All Day.
All day?
Today, all day.
All day.
This is a long way of asking, who's your favorite character you've ever played?
A unicorn. The unicorn. You gotta have the unicorn.
What is she right there? That's why you're saying all these nice things?
Yeah, she gave me the look. Sorry to disturb your day. Everyone's mad at you, Willie.
Better make this fast. I don't want the wrath of Luna.
When I see you, I always think, I wonder what his quote would be.
Give us 6 minutes and we'll ask as many questions as we can.
Welcome to Cold Cuts. Cold Cut. Cold Cut.
My buddy Cal cooking with me.
Dads don't babysit. It's called parenting.
What was the first book you remember loving?
Heart Smart today with simple exercises to strengthen your heart. Make the most of your beach days.
It's all about the tracksuit now. How good do they look?
I now pronounce you husband and wife. Kiss the bride.
This morning, a story of people helping people.
You've received tons of letters from people who have been inspired.
Let's do the weather out. Okay. All you gotta do is say, it's cold, it's warm, it's raining, it's snowing. That's it.
One of our most favorite franchises ever, Ambush Makeovers.
Okay.
Look at it. It doesn't look so good.
No, it doesn't look good.
Will you judge us in a cook-off?
I will, and you
Okay.
guys will definitely win something.
Today, all day.
All day?
All day.
Welcome to Today All Day.
Hi, Julia.
Hi.
I just want to start this interview by making sure people who are watching this know the impeccable reputation and respect you have from within the music community, from old people like myself, like you. People, this is your very first record that you're promoting, but you have like changed the trajectory of pop music over the past few years by co-authoring or authoring, you know, over 100 songs for some of the biggest artists in this industry, and we know that about you. So you're one of the most well-respected people in music, and I just wanted to say I'm psyched to talk to you about your new record.
Well, thank you very much. That's very flattering, and I suck at compliments, but thank you.
Well, you've written some songs for, you know, we're talking about Justin Bieber, Selena, Britney, Pink, Ed Sheeran. I was talking to my buddy Gwen Stefani about you, Nick Jonas, but also people like Keith Urban or Janelle Monáe, or you wrote one of my favorite Linkin Park songs, like so many different types of genres. And I wondered back 4 years ago, what drove you to stop writing for others and to keep these songs and to perform them yourself as an artist?
Well, I still write for other people, so that hasn't changed. But I had written a song called Issues. It was the first song that I had ever written that I put a very personal situation into. And when it came time to sort of give it to somebody, I was just like, I don't know if I feel comfortable having somebody sing something so intimate about me. And that really changed it for me.
Yeah, that song did well. 5 times platinum, nominated for 2 Grammys. What was life like being shot out of a cannon your first time as a solo artist?
It was pretty nerve-wracking. I mean, that wasn't originally my goal. I was like, I'm just going to be a songwriter. I'm going to be in the background. I'm going to help people on their songs. And, you know, I learned to sing in the booth, in the mic, by myself. So to go from doing that to then, you know, singing on the Billboard Awards and opening for people in stadiums, it was like pretty horrifying. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah. I read you had a panic attack at the Billboard Music Awards the first time you did Issues live. Is that true?
It is, yeah. You can actually visibly see it on
I see you hugging a bandmate. What's happening in that moment?
Yeah, I turned around, I was like, I can't breathe. And Cami, who she had just started with me, she was like, I don't know what to do. And she's been with me now for like 4 years. But in the moment, she was like, I don't know how to help you.
You and I have talked about, you know, mental health before. You wrote a song, Anxiety. We're talking about that. Issues, obviously self-explanatory. How are you doing on that front?
You know, pros and cons to everything in life. Good days, bad days. Some days better than others.
You know, you've written so much about that topic, mental health and whatnot, and yet there seems to be a bit of a pivot in the writing to this first 10-track full-length record that you just put out, not in chronological order. And, you know, this is about exes and lovers and like who you're wrapped around. And it's got such a different writing tone from stuff we're familiar. You sound like a jealous girlfriend.
I mean, I do say in Issues, I'm a jealous person. And that has carried on through a lot of my music. No, but I'm in a very healthy, wonderful relationship. And, you know, even though I sing about love and being really happy and healthy. I still have anxiety. I still have depression. Those don't just go away when you're happy. But I'm super in love, and I'm happy to talk about it and talk about it very specifically.
Well, good. Let's talk about it specifically. JP Saxe is an incredible Canadian artist, and I know that you guys came together on the track If the World Ended. And how did that happen?
Okay, so funny story. I was texting with Shawn Mendes, and he was like, "What are you listening to?" And I gave him a little list of things that I was listening to. I was like, "What about you?" And he was like, "I think you would love this artist. His name's JP Saxe." And he showed me this song called 25 in Barcelona, and I was like, "This is amazing." I listened to it for like 6 hours straight, and I slid into his DMs and I posted it on my Instagram. I was like, "This is the best song I've ever heard." And he was like, "I love you. Like, can we write together?" And the first time we ever met was when we wrote If the World Was Ending. We had our first date the next day, and we've basically been together ever since. That was almost 2 years ago.
Such an awesome 2021 love story, man. That's incredible.
I know, it sounds like a cheesy rom-com. Like, if you watched it in a movie, you'd be like, this is not possible. This is so lame. But it's real. It's true.
You know, you guys got together and recorded that in July of 2019. It was released in October. And if you think about it, 5 months later, our world shut down. And it felt like, and I remember hearing that song for the first time going, oh my God, she's writing about the here and now moment. Do you think that song just took on a new meaning given what happened with the coronavirus?
Absolutely. Yeah. I think the song was very special to a lot of people because it resonated at such a very peculiar time in the world. That's obviously not what we were anticipating. We put out this song about earthquakes in California, and it really did take on a life of its own, and we're so grateful. But also sometimes we feel really guilty that the song was did what it did in such a chaotic time. So
JP and you also co-wrote 2 songs of the 10 on the new record. The lead single is All Your Exes. So tell me about the process for that, because I mean, this is about, I want to live in a world where all your exes are dead. You've got a chainsaw in the art, and I wondered if you're trying to channel your inner Marshall Mathers or what's going on.
My inner American Psycho. No, it was funny. We were, I was at the end of my album, and there were a couple songs I kind of wanted to take off. And I looked at JP and I was like, "You're one of my favorite songwriters in the world. Will you just take a day or two and just see if we can write something for my album?" He was like, "Yeah, let's try it." And so we were at the studio one day, we leave, and we had this conversation, and he was like, maybe one day in the future, we'll be able to talk about the people from our past that have shaped our present. And I was like, F that, no way. And he was like, "You just want to live in a world where my exes are dead, don't you?" And I was like, "Yep." And then I sang the first 2 lines in the car, and then we went to the studio the next day and we wrote it. And yes, it's like satirical and comical and aggressive, but if you really listen to it, it's saying, I love you so much that the idea of you being with somebody else before me, physically hurts me.
It's so great, and it's such a great kickoff to the record, the vibe of it. There's a few standout tracks that I really loved in listening to your album. One of them is a song called Little Did I Know. And I wondered what you could tell me about that. I took a couple of notes. Immediately, it feels like a love letter. You say you'd be the one who would save me, learn how to change me. I mean, this feels like a song about, and I don't know if it's autobiographical or not, but there's a real sense of unexpected love. Even so much where you say, the summer before, my idea of love was this Shakespearean tragedy. Just tell me about that song, Little Did I Know.
I mean, that it is very true. Before I met JP, I thought that love was supposed to be this dramatic, chaotic, toxic, thing you see in the movies, where people are breaking glasses and then they're passionately making love, and I was warped into thinking that was love. And then you meet somebody that completely changes your world and your perspective. You're like, oh, love can be easy and non-complicated and communicative. That is amazing. And I remember I had a session with an artist that day that didn't go the way that I wanted it to. And I was just feeling really down on myself. And I looked at JP, we're laying in bed, and I was like, will you write something with me? I need to just prove to myself that I can do this today, and I want to do it with you. And so we started it in bed. We wrote it in a bathtub. We wrote it at a park. We wrote it in his living room. it was just a mixture of a bunch of different things. And then when it came time to record it, we had my friend Ben Rice come set up in my guest bedroom. It was in the middle of the pandemic, so we were all scared of each other. Sang it in my guest bedroom. JP and I did all the background vocals together. And yeah, basically that's what you hear today.
So the 2 tracks, JP, he wrote that one with you too? Those are the 2?
Yeah.
I did not know that. It was just a standout track that I marked on my sheet that I really loved a lot. That's great. Yeah. You guys have really something special going there.
Yeah, we figured if our first song we ever wrote together got us a Grammy nomination, we should probably keep writing together.
And by the way, yeah, let's talk about that. That's pretty crazy because Issues was nominated for a Grammy, and you've been stoked by that, of course. But If the World getting nominated for a Grammy is so great on many levels because A, you wrote it with the person you love. B, you're a songwriter before you're anything else. And then C, you're also the vocalist on the track, you know? What was that like?
It's amazing. You know, like everybody always has something to say about award shows, you know, but Grammys really is that pinnacle for a lot of songwriters and a lot of artists. So for me to be nominated in the Song of the Year category as a songwriter twice is special to me. That's a very special thing. And as an artist for both of them. And I'm so grateful I got to do the second one with the person that I love. And it was his first nomination ever. So he was just like on a high all day long.
It's so great. You've written all these great songs. You wrote Sorry for Bieber, or I think you wrote Bad Liar for Selena, all these. But like, you know, you kept Issues, you kept If the World, like you have 2 songs that were nominated. Like you've given away so many great songs that your odds of keeping one that would be nominated for multiple Grammys is almost low in a way. And it
is very low.
And it just worked out so well. It's just, do you ever take a second to validate like the incredible work that you've done, not just for others, but for yourself?
No, never.
That's a problem, Julia.
I'm like highly insecure. I don't know if you know that, or if it doesn't come out my music enough.
I know, you're your boss though. Like you have to start to believe it. By the way, another thing I loved about If the World, and if it's true, is I think you had Phineas produce it, Billie Eilish's brother. And I love that choice of production because it fits, you know, he's so good in that world.
He is so good in that. And we really wanted to keep the song really simple and just add some sort of like sonic ambiance.
That's what he does.
Something that wasn't gonna like, you know, overcrowd it, because it was such a simple, intimate song. So we reached out to Phineas, and Phineas was like, I love this song, I would love to do this, and he nailed it.
Yeah, I'd imagine the demo's not far from the end result, and he probably just did his thing on it.
Yeah, no, I mean the original is just piano, so all the beautiful, you know, ethereal stuff that you hear, that was all Phineas.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now. Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back. Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. We're going to do our part and get vaccinated live.
A very special naturalization ceremony.
This is a really inspiring group.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world. Love it!
Ready, actors.
An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The other song on the new record, not in chronological order, which why did you title it that?
It's funny, actually. I think people assume because I'm a songwriter, I'm going to have some deep, meaningful...
progression of tracks.
Yes, or like deep, meaningful title for the entire album,
Right.
that summarizes it. But when I wrote the album and I was doing the track listing, I was like, normally for like inner monologue, it was a complete story. And when I did the track listing for Nico, it wasn't. So I just called it not in chronological order.
Oh, hence
because
Nico.
really
I get it.
is-
That's an acronym.
Yes,
Got
because it really is not in chronological order, like the sequence of events in which it happened in my life.
Got it. Well, as a radio DJ, I highly recommend and love the Nico. That's just easier for us dumb DJs to say a million times when we're playing your music.
You can call it Nico all you want.
The other track I really love on it is the last track on it, That Kind of Woman. It immediately felt like a country song, and I don't know if that's because of the rhythm and rhyme in which it was written, because of the repetitious nature of the chorus.
Right.
I thought of like Willie Nelson was the first person that came to my mind when I listened to the song. But anyway, is that a song that you write about yourself, where you're just blatantly sort of pointing out flaws?
Absolutely. Yeah, I wrote that. I tend to write a lot of songs in the bathtub. I don't know why. I think it's because it's like it's the only time I get where it's like me time, and I can just sort of be self-reflective and
You could get a killer bubble bath endorsement.
You know what? I really got to do that. And I was just sitting there, and I was just like, thinking about like, if I was the perfect human, what would that look like to me? And it was someone that, isn't super jealous, takes their own advice, likes the way that they sound when they sing, doesn't buy things and fill up their closet to fill voids. And I brought it to Michael Pollack, who's a frequent collaborator of mine. And we started a different song that day, and it wasn't working out the way that we wanted it to. And I think it's because I had this on my heart, but I think I was just like a little nervous to talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
And when we did it, when I mentioned it to him, he was like, "This is amazing." He was like, "You know what? I don't even want to insert myself in this lyrically, really, because these should all be, your experiences, your insecurities, your flaws,
right.
That you wish you could change." And that's what we did. And we wrote it on piano. We were both crying together.
Well,
and
the chorus, for people who haven't heard it, is, "If the me I am walked out that door, that's the kind of woman I'd leave me for." Yeah. Which is really powerful stuff. I mean, I've been to lots of therapy, and that's just impressive. You dug deep on that one, Julia.
Yeah, I'm a digger. That's for sure.
you did it. So is all this stuff I hear about you not wanting to lay down vocals in the studio in front of other people, is that true?
I kind of. It depends. If I don't know the person, I'm like, I would rather be in my own element, in my own space. That way, if I like screw it up or mess it up, no one's like in there judging me. And I know it's like a safe space and no one really does, but like in my head, I'm like so insecure that I'm like, can you just not? If it's someone I'm really comfortable with and I've been working with them for a long time, then like, I don't care. But like Benjamin Rice, he's been doing my vocals for the last 5 years. Like, I don't let anyone else touch them unless it's him.
Right. But how'd you write with JP? This is a guy that you're totally crushing on and falling in love with. You're in a writing session for a song that would go on to be nominated for Song of the Year. I mean, there's so much happening in your orbit.
Ben was there.
What was it like to sing in front of JP for the first time? What did you think of your own voice?
Scary. But like I said, Ben was there, thank God. And actually, fun fact, I wasn't even supposed to be on If the World Was Ending. The reason that even happened was because JP couldn't get the timing right of the melody in the second verse. So I was like, why don't I just go lay it down, and then you can just sort of like copy the rhythm. And he was like, you're not leaving this song now. I was like, okay.
That's amazing. I didn't know that. That's right. That's a song on his record that you're the feature on. It's not even your song. Yeah. People think it might be, but wow, smart guy.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. We're going to do our part and get vaccinated live.
A very special naturalization ceremony.
This is a really inspiring group. Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world. Love it!
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing. They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground. Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Ready, actors.
An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing. They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
What is it like, just sort of, falling in love with somebody who just does what you do? And you can have those guys, he can certainly relate to your life, but is it ever frustrating or?
No, never. I'm actually grateful that he still wants to write with me because I can tend to be a little neurotic in the studio and be pretty aggressive and sometimes pretty alpha.
I've heard
and
that.
He doesn't take it personally, which is so nice. I'm so happy about that.
Yet.
Yeah, exactly. There may come a time.
It's funny. I was talking to Gwen Stefani about you earlier today. And
I love her.
She was like, "Oh my God, she's such a freak, But it's like, she knows I can say that about her. But I was curious because Gwen going through a divorce, some of the most personal times of her life.
Yeah.
She had written some stuff down, and you came in, and you have this ability to basically, as she told me, take all of her just sort of heart, which is on paper, and you turned it into a song. You turned it into a chorus, and she said, you're just absolutely incredible to work with. I mean, how are you able to do that? Those are such hyper-personal moments.
Well, one, Gwen, I love you. Thank you for saying that. You're my icon, so that means a lot. I mean that it's my job, My job is to listen, to be open, and it's my favorite part of the process is being somebody that people trust enough to give their emotions to and trust me to do them justice. That's huge for me. I take that so seriously.
What makes a great song, Julia?
That's a hard question, and there's no algorithm, there's no specific something that makes a song special. I honestly think it's just a feeling. I just feel like, I don't know, it could be, music is just so ever changing. It can be anything, but the thing that resonates with you is the feeling.
Right. And is that how you operate when you write for yourself or write for others? Do you have the ability to kind of tap into that feeling and then you're an engineer of words, and then put structure to it?
Yeah. I mean, I definitely don't do math when it comes to music. I've never been technical. I've always been very conversational, to the heart, to the point. And then, you spend a few hours with somebody, or, when you're working on music for yourself, I think there comes the deep breath, exhale moment where you're like, all right, I think we did this. I think this is really good. It feels good.
You've written a lot of lyrics about, mental health and of course your song Anxiety. And you wrote the Linkin Park song Heavy, which opens up with one of my favorite lyrics, which is, I don't like my mind right now, stacking up problems that are so unnecessary. That resonates with me so much, being somebody with anxiety and panic attacks. And I wondered what that process was like for you, who experienced very similar things as well. Does it make you feel so much better after you pen and write those songs?
Definitely. It's definitely, it doesn't go away, but it's definitely a release, And then I think the thing that feels the best is putting something out that is so personal to you, But then knowing that there's thousands of people all over the world that feel the same way that you do, and then you're like, oh, this is so nice. There's such a nice just feeling knowing that there's like a weird camaraderie with your emotions and your anxiety and your depression.
Your peer group is so big because you've worked with so many different artists and so many different genres. What's been the reaction for Nico, your album, from them, from those who've heard it or you've shared it with?
I mean, so far, everyone's been very lovely, very supportive. I've gotten a lot of texts from people, and no, I'm not going to name names, of people being like,
come on,
hey,
give me one. Give me just one, not a lot.
No. Of them being like, I can't post this, but I just want you to know that All Your Exes is the best thing I've ever heard. I'm like, cool, I totally get it, understand.
Now,
Thank you.
Have you heard from any of your exes, or have you ever?
No, absolutely not. And thank God for that. Let's be real.
I have to ask about the pandemic and just the time in quarantine and all that. I know you've fallen in love, and that's great, but I also understand you've also fallen in love with baking. Is that true?
I love to bake.
Did you always love to bake, or when did this start?
Yes, I always did, but I never had the time. Before, like pre-pandemic, we were on tour for 3 years. Literally 2019, I was on tour for 7 months straight. I was exhausted. I hadn't been home. I missed everything and everybody. So then 2020 came and I was like, well, great. I guess I can do things that I haven't gotten to do in a really long time.
What's your favorite thing to bake if you were going to bake something like right now?
Apple pie.
Oh, I love apple pie. Do you do a crumble on top at all, or just kind of a straightforward top?
I lattice that like a boss.
Yeah, I love what I'm saying. You are the boss, Julia. Hey, listen, congratulations on a great record. Nico, not in chronological order. A lot of people are gonna love it, and thanks for your time today. It's great to see you.
Thank you.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Ready, actors.
An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Carson, he's a one-man glam squad. He's been trending on Twitter. When he joined us yesterday, gave himself a quarantine haircut on live television. Now, he was guided over the phone by Chris Appleton, who's a celebrity stylist to folks like J-Lo. But due to technical difficulties, we lost Chris's live shot. So he had to talk Carson through it over the phone. Well, you can see we were on the edge of our seats here. We weren't sure what would happen. We ran out of time. Carson promised a photo of his final haircut. So without further ado, here it is.
No.
He's bald and he is beautiful.
Did he really?
Carson, did you really do that?
Wow.
Well, everybody's very, very curious to know what happened here. This is a very bittersweet moment for me because as soon as we got off the air, it ended so fast. My 11-year-old son, Jackson here, say hi, Jack. Jack goes, Dad, people are going to want to know the end result. We should post a photo. And so we posted a photo, but let's just go ahead and do the reveal now, and then I'll finish the story. Are you ready?
Let's see.
Are you ready? Okay, here we go. Oh, we got Chris, too. Okay.
All right.
Oh.
Hey. Okay.
Carson, it looks great.
That looks pretty
You didn't let me down. You didn't let me down.
I was worried about your name was, your
Honestly, when you
reputation was
posted
on this.
that picture, I was like, okay. I mean, I've seen some DIY haircuts going on right now, and there's some interesting ones, so I was a little disappointed. This was my end result, and I was going to give you guys a few tips as well. But you look great. You did an amazing job. It's all in the flicking action, Carson, right?
Yeah, that was exactly what did it. And I kind of kept it to the sides and to the back, and I left it a little bit longer on top. But it was funny because my 11-year-old was the one who said, Dad, people are going to want to know what it looked like. So he goes, it'd be funny if you posted a picture of you bald. And I was like, that's a great idea. So we found an app. We doctor up the picture. I show it to Siri, and Siri's like, oh, that's terrible. No one's going to believe that. I go, who cares? It's a joke. We post it. Everybody in my life, I've been on TV every single day since 1998.
Everyone was like,
everybody thought it was real.
Guilty.
I called Carson
it.
as soon as I saw it.
My home phone hasn't rung in 6 years, and it rang. It was Uncle Al, and he was like, "What did you do it?" And now I feel like because of Uncle Al, and I have lots of bald friends. I feel like I've let them down now. So I still want to say, bald is beautiful. I'm willing to do it. I mean, I'll do it. But Chris, thank you
Carson,
for the help.
No, seriously, you killed it. Listen, guys, there's so many DIY haircuts. Hopefully, you guys picked up a few tricks and hints. I actually posted the full video of how to do it on my Instagram so you guys can see it.
thank
I believe
you.
you guys are going to put it online as well.
We will. Carson,
Thanks,
you look
Chris.
awesome. So this morning, we are throwing a family food festival. We got Al, we got Carson, we got Jack Daly.
They love cooking with their kids. They've got some great recipes to share just in time for the big day. You may have already caught Al and his son Nick cooking it up in their home kitchen on their social media show called
What We're Cooking.
And Carson's son Jackson has culinary skills too, just like his parents. Al and Carson's passion for cooking come from their own dads, Albert Lincoln Roker and Richard Caruso, who both love to grill and eat.
Oh, guys, now we can't wait. All right, who are we going to start with? What do you say we start with Al? What are you making?
Yeah.
Well, guys, doing something kind of Mediterranean. I'm doing lamb ribs, and I love these. I met a shepherd, believe it or not, a guy who is a shepherd in Virginia named Craig Rogers, and he turned me on to these. And it's a cheaper cut of beef, of lamb, I should say. So basically, you take these ribs, they come cut already. Check with your butcher; they'll be fantastic. And you can do a rub. Like we've got any kind of Mediterranean spice, including lemon zest. We've got some cinnamon. We've got sugar, salt, a little bit of everything in here. And you're just going to rub it on very generously. Mm-hmm. Now, I also like to use, you can also use a commercial one. This one, Hasty Bake, is good. Anything that has kind of a Mediterranean flavor. And basically, you just cake this on. It's simplicity unto itself because it's just like making regular ribs. It's going to be low and slow. You don't want to put these directly on the heat. So what I've done is, if you can see over here, the main part of the grill is over 400 degrees, but this side is only about 250, 225. And you're going to put the lamb ribs in here, and you move them around every, I'd say 30 minutes. You don't even have to baste them because they're fairly fatty, and they come out looking something like this.
Wow. What?
Which is not too bad.
Oh, my God.
Now,
wow.
Oh, yes.
Hey,
oh,
Roker,
yes.
Roker,
oh, yes.
If you're
oh,
not,
yes.
If you're not a lamb guy,
yes, sir.
Can you swap out? Could you use pork or beef?
You could swap out for beef or pork, but everybody does beef or pork ribs. Do something different. And then you want to pair that with a nice asparagus, okay? And you're just going to, and some people peel them. I cut them off at right there at the base. They get a little shorter. And then you just take some olive oil. You pour that on, very simply. Little salt,
I don't even like
little pepper. And then I know you don't like, a lot of people, Jack, don't like asparagus, but once you grill it, and it only takes about 5 or 6 minutes, and it comes out looking like this. And it's really tasty, it's crisp, it's crunchy. and you're gonna love that. It's really good.
Like that?
And by the way, guys, you can
Makes your
do
pizza
this
smell
if you
funny.
don't have your grill going. You can put them in your oven and let it go again, 225, 250 for about 3 hours.
All right, there's Mr. Roker's recipe.
Wow.
That was fantastic, buddy. I wish I could take a bite. Carson, so
Thank you. Thank you.
Carson
Thank you very
and
much.
Jack are up now, and you guys
Yeah.
have some special taste testers in the kitchen. Is that right?
We do. We got the girls over here. We're going to bring them in a minute, but how do you follow that up? Uncle Al is the Yoda to our Skywalker when it comes to cooking. So we're going to pair those delicious lamb ribs with something just a little bit different than the asparagus. We're going to do a Mexican corn, basically, off the cob. And let's just get right into it. We've got Siri here on our second cam. So, Bingo, if you can come around. We're going to I'm using canned corn. You can use canned corn or frozen corn. You want to dry off the corn a little bit so that way we can brown it up. We're going to pop it in the skillet here. You can hear it. It's sizzling. We'll put it here just to brown it all up. We'll get that corn nice and brown. By the magic of TV, we'll walk back over here. We already have that corn brown right here. And then we're going to add to it. This is a little Mexican crema and mayonnaise concoction. That's going to go down in the corn just like that. Then we're going to take our spices. We've got cumin, paprika, chili powder, and some cayenne. That's going to go in there. We've got some lime juice is going to go in there. Some fresh cilantro. This is the magic right here, the cilantro. And then a little bit of garlic too, guys. All that's going to go in. We're going to mix this all up. We've got the graphics department dessert coming up next. So that's going to do that. A little salt, a little pepper. We're going to top it with some cotija cheese on the top and a little lime zest. Boom. That is what we're talking about, guys. Look at that.
That's
that with your lamb ribs is going to be, that's going to be delicious. All right. Jack D, go for it.
That's beautiful.
Okay. So
what are you making?
I'm making like a s'mores dip. So for someone who like doesn't know how to cook and loves s'mores, it's like s'mores nachos. So you take Reese's peanut butter cups and put them down on a flat iron skillet.
We do a lot of s'mores. This is like a constructed version. So
you put them down in a flat iron skillet. Then you top them with marshmallows. So.
Okay, I'm just going to help out.
Wow.
This time we're going to
For
top
the sake
it.
of TV.
Yep. And then what are you going to do with this? You're going to pop this in the
And
oven?
then you throw it in the oven for about
450.
450 for about like 4 minutes.
All right, so we're going to do that. We're going to pop it in the oven. And then, again, magic of TV. We've got the beauty product. Look at that.
Oh, my gosh.
Look at that. Girls, come here.
That is
And then-
fantastic.
Go ahead, Jack.
And then you break up some graham crackers as like dip, like chips.
Yeah, so you're going to just basically dip it.
And then personally, I also
Come on,
like
guys.
to have Oreos.
Of course.
And I like whipped cream.
Get in there, guys. That's
So
hot.
wait,
so
you
don't do
dunk
that.
them, get in there. I want to see.
Yeah, come on, let's see what it looks like.
That looks
Dunk
Bingo,
good.
can you get in there? Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Look at that. Look at that bite right there. That's
S'mores
delicious.
for breakfast
Yummy.
for the daily house.
Yeah, we want to say Happy Father's Day to all you fathers out there, all you father figures out there for that much. And
That's right.
I've had two incredible fathers. Al, you've been blessed as well. I love talking about my dad with you and Craig when we do our Father's Day thing. So happy Father's Day to you fellas. And I want to tell my children I love you guys so much. They're not listening, but that's okay. And to Bingo, who often is like a father figure to me as well. Happy Father's Day.
Siri Daly on the second camera.
Indeed. And Goldie in the house somewhere, too, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, Goldie's here, too.
Great.
Dale, we want to say thanks. Thanks to you, Al, for all the recipes and more. Be sure to check out today.com/food. Is Goldie there?
Yeah, Goldie's there.
Okay.
Cam 2, second cam.
All right. We'll
Bingo
be
cam.
back
Take
in
bingo
a
cam.
moment.
Ready, bingo cam? Take bingo cam.
We'll be back in a moment, but first, this is Today on NBC. Hi, Goldie.
That's what Father's Day is all about.
And we are back with more of our special look ahead to Father's Day, joined by our favorite pair of grill masters, the Grill Dads, Mark and Faye. Carson and Al pitched their dream Father's Day meals to these guys. So Mark and Faye, they are pairing up for the results here. We've got Al with Mark. We've got Carson over here with Faye. I'll be one of the taste testers. Savannah, Willie, Chanel, you guys ready over there?
We're ready.
All right, we're going to do some taste testing.
All right.
Let's start over here, sir.
We're going to start.
All right,
pork
let's
chops.
start with the pork chop.
Okay.
Everyone's had a dry pork chop.
Oh, yeah.
No good.
Not good.
So we're going to do a couple things here to fix that. The first thing is a brine.
Okay.
The brine's going to give you three things. It's going to infuse flavor. It's going to help with tenderness, and it's going to keep the pork chop moist when it's cooking.
All right, so what do we make?
So we've got water.
Okay.
Salt.
Oh.
Brown sugar.
Yep.
Here comes the flavor.
Oh.
Pepper, garlic, sage, and bay leaf.
A little aromatics.
Good one. Now, you bring that up until the water's warm enough to dissolve all the salt and sugar.
Okay.
Cool it down to room temperature.
Those are nice big bone-in pork chops.
Now, you're going to want to use a pan where you can get these fully submerged.
Okay.
You're going to do 8 hours to overnight.
In the fridge.
Right, in the fridge.
Okay.
Now is the second part, reverse sear. You cook them low and slow until they're almost done, and then you sear them. So we're going to start by putting these in this pellet smoker over here. 200 to 250 degrees.
If you've got a regular grill, you just make an indirect zone.
Exactly, and get it down to like 200, 250 degrees.
Okay.
These don't want to come off. I'm just going to put them on.
Just throw them in there. And then those are the ones there.
So you're going to want those to come up to about 130 degrees, right? These here are smoked, but they're not quite finished. So we have butter in here.
Yeah.
We're going to get a little more flavor. We're going to do garlic and sage.
You can swap out the sage, though, for rosemary,
thyme, anything you want.
All right.
How much time?
Speaking of time.
Wow, you guys deserve each other.
You put them in there, and then eventually you're going to slice them up and nice and.
Exactly. All you want here is a little bit of color.
That is not my mother's pork chop. That is delicious.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Mine were
Is that a dry pork chop?
No, that's succulent. That is a succulent chop.
Awesome.
All right, Mark, thank you. Faye, Carson.
All right, let's go to town, buddy.
Carson, here's what we're going to do today.
this.
We're going to do a Southwestern hanger steak salad.
I love it.
All right, your Father's Day treat.
Love
It's
it.
super simple. What we're going to do is we're going to make this dry rub. Got some lime zest in here.
Yep.
Paprika, ancho chili, cayenne.
A lot of flavors.
You know what? A lot of flavors. And you can't be shy with this stuff because, you know, you're going to put it on a hot grill. Want to get it on there. So we're just going to dry rub some of this.
How do you like that hanger cut?
So the butcher's cut,
Yeah.
all right, from the diaphragm area. Actually, Mark, come here a second. I can show you exactly where.
Get off.
Sorry. So anyway, we love this cut of meat. It's actually a lot of times a harder cut to find. Stop it. But it's great. So we're gonna put this right on our hot grill.
Yep.
Just like that. And we're gonna brush some vegetables.
I mean,
So
just rub it and grill it. You don't sit around
you
and
can let it.
marinate
It just needs to be room temperature.
Got it.
Right? Let it come up a little bit. But we're gonna actually brush some vegetables. This is the easiest thing to do. Literally, in fact, less is more in this case. Olive oil, little sea salt, etc. Throw them on the grill just like that. Okay.
All these veggies cook at the same time.
All at the same time. Yep. So you want the steak to get about 130 degrees. Let it rest for a little bit. Cut it against the grain. All right. And then what you're going to get is this kind of finished product. We're going to make a vinaigrette, okay? But it's going to be a Southwestern. Lime, garlic, etc. And champagne vinaigrette.
I love it.
Because we're very fancy.
Yes, I
as you know.
see that.
Yes.
How does it taste, ladies and gentlemen?
Both of them.
Yeah? You did all right?
Like the pork chop?
Yeah.
Is this a healthy salad? I'm not sure. I like a salad with a little protein.
It's relatively healthy.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's build this real quick. You take some of these veggies, just put them around.
I mean, this
you're
is
gonna
pretty easy.
It's pretty easy. That's the great thing about grilling.
Yeah.
You can innovate all you want, but the basics are actually amazing.
You put all those veggies on hold. Do you ever put like tinfoil down and make like a basket or a?
Sure, absolutely.
Do like a medley.
Yep. We always do medleys.
Because you're fancy.
Like you guys
boys
want to do it now? That's right. Who's with me? All right. And that's it. And then
What
the
is
last
this
thing.
thing?
All right.
This is not on my menu.
Al, this is
I
for
came
you.
up with this.
This was Al's.
Deborah was expecting, and she wanted something sweet, and I had some leftover donuts. The grill was dying down, and I put the donuts on the grill.
My mom used to fry glazed donuts. That's
wow.
She's from North Carolina. I think it's a southern thing.
And then so I had a little softened vanilla ice cream.
Yep.
Put that.
That
Make a
is
little ice cream
decadent.
Add some huckleberry sauce.
Oh, I like
I'll be your huckleberry.
More, please don't be a
There's a huckleberry hound.
Guys, these are great. Two great recipes for this.
How are you guys going to spend Father's Day?
Relaxing at home with our kids, just hoping to catch a game.
Will someone cook for you guys, or you always have to do the grilling?
No, cooking for us is the fun part.
That's
so
exactly what
we'll
we
do
like.
it.
Yeah, we'll do it all.
Thumbs up from the taste testers?
Beyond
All the way
thumbs
around.
up.
All around.
Thank you. Happy Father's Day.
Thank you guys so much.
Faye, thank you.
I brought this to
Thank you,
life.
Greg.
Happy Father's Day, guys. Happy
All right.
Father's Day. Big thanks to the Grill Dads. Happy Father's Day to you at home as well. By the way, you can find all of these recipes, as always, today.com/in/food. We're back in a moment. But first, this is Today.
Where's the beer?
NBC.
What's going on here?
What's about to happen on our plaza is you're all going to get your very first COVID vaccine.
I'm excited.
She's excited. 3, 2, 1, Jenna!
So grateful.
That close to crying.
Here we go.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground. Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Ready, actors.
An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We are back with Today Food. Father's Day, of course, coming up on Sunday. If you want to make the day extra special, we've got just the thing, the perfect breakfast recipe. You got pancakes, you got bacon, you got eggs, called Super Skriddle Pancakes. Danielle Ferguson is behind it. Darnell Ferguson, Darnell. Chef and owner of Super Chef Restaurants, including a brand new location in Alabama opening in 2 weeks. Darnell's here to show us how it's done. Thanks, brother.
Oh, glad to be here.
Henry is here with us. Henry has been to your Louisville restaurant multiple times.
Multiple times, and he said I'm his favorite chef.
He said, Henry, did you say that? His favorite.
Facts,
Henry's an aspiring chef, so he's going to watch close up, get some tips.
Scarfing down some offs. All right, let's start with the pancakes and bacon. Let's show folks what goes into them first of all.
All right, the cool thing about this is everything you'll have in your house. You know, chorizo, sprinkles, all the common ingredients.
Yes.
Now I'm messing with you. So you won't have to go shop for a whole lot because you got eggs, powdered sugar, you got all the basic necessities with milk, you got baking powder, baking soda, but the key to this whole pancake is this bacon that we put inside of it.
Bacon inside the pancake?
Inside the pancakes.
Okay, all right, walk us through this
So
thing.
what we do first is we got to candy the bacon. So
Candy the bacon?
Candy with a Y, not an I.
Okay.
So you want to put some brown sugar on top of it.
Oh.
And no matter how you feel at home, if your kids have been good or if they haven't, if you want to save on dish time, put a little bit of water at the bottom of this.
What does that
so
do?
the brown sugar doesn't burn to the bottom of the pan.
Oh.
But if they haven't been good, then let it burn, let them clean it. So you got choices to make. So you do this, cook it in the oven at about 400 degrees until it comes out crispy. Really, really simple to do at home.
All right, and then what's the next step?
We go to our wet mix. Wet mix is the most important part because normally it comes with buttermilk, but this is what we call poor man's buttermilk.
Yeah, this blew my mind. You said you can add white vinegar.
White vinegar.
To milk.
Facts.
And you get the same effect as buttermilk.
Same effect.
Mind blowing, right?
And not the cost. Half the cost. So you just put it right on in here, your vinegar. Let it sit for 3 to 5 minutes.
Okay.
Simple. It's going to thicken up, and you'll add that right to these beaten eggs right here.
You don't have to stir it or anything?
No, you want to let it sit so it can get thick. Get the same consistency, density that you get in buttermilk. Wow. So if you want to add this to our eggs.
This has been sitting. Oh yeah, it's thicker. All right.
Yep, easy. So this is our wet mix. Add a little bit of vanilla extract to this.
Oh, vanilla.
And this is something easy to do for Father's Day. All the kids can get in the kitchen and do this. And then we have our dry mix. We got sifted flour. Make sure you sift it, let the air go inside of it, make a fluffy pancake. We got sugar, baking powder, baking soda.
All of it just goes in.
You go ahead and dump it all
And you keep the wet and the dry, you keep it separate.
Keep it separate. That way you can incorporate the dry first. So small detail just makes this pancake special. The little tiny things in it that's gonna make it rise, because these are inch-thick pancakes.
Henry, what's the verdict over there, buddy? Pretty good? Yeah, thumbs up from Henry.
Loves it.
Who told me it
got
was
the
fabulous.
endorsement.
And then you just mix it up just like that. Simple, simple, simple.
All right, so we've got the finished batter here.
Do you want to put this inside the mold?
Yes, sir.
All right. So put a heaping, first you want to spray the griddle first. That way it doesn't stick to the griddle.
Okay.
Then you want to put a heaping scoop.
Heaping scoop. Heaping, that's not
I'll
heaping.
put this over here for you.
All right, heaping.
Get in there.
All right,
Yeah.
there we go.
Let's do this. Half a scoop. Yeah, there you go.
Boom. All right, how long on each side?
Until they rise. And you'll see when they rise. This is something you just want to pay attention. You see how all the bubbles are here? That's how you know they're ready to be filled.
All
We
right.
have candied bacon,
Oh,
cooked
that's the
chorizo,
candied
and
bacon.
eggs. No, you're going to put it on top of it, too.
What? Like a pancake sandwich?
Man, it's like the best
Oh,
thing.
that's fantastic bacon.
It's so good.
I could eat the bacon by myself. Chorizo and sausage together.
It's like brunch. It's
Carson, what's the word?
It's delicious.
And the egg on top of that.
Key is the egg on top.
And then pancake on top of that.
Yes.
Delicious, Henry? Yes?
Delicious. Best critic I ever had.
That's the endorsement you need right there.
So we flip the pancake over.
And it cooks inside the pancake.
Yes. So it's actually inside of it.
Did you create this yourself?
Created myself. One night in college, I dreamt it up. And then I went and got it 5 years later.
Here's the thing I love about your story. You also hire kids that have had some of the same struggles that you've had, right?
Yeah, for sure. And I show them how to be great. It's really easy to be great. It just takes a lot of effort.
By the way, Darnell knows a thing or two about Father's Day. You've got 7 kids.
Wow.
That was a good plug. I like that.
You like that.
But the thing about having 7 kids, it doesn't mean that any of the 7 are going to remember his Father's Day.
Darnell,
I don't know, your odds are pretty good.
Henry,
At least one of them.
Third hour coming up. But
Al,
first,
get in here.
Your local news.
There's bacon?
What's about to happen on our plaza is you're all going to get your very first COVID vaccine.
I'm excited.
She's excited. 3, 2, 1, Jenna!
So grateful.
Is that close to crying?
Here we go.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back. Y'all were exactly what we needed.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground.
Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. We're going to do our part and get vaccinated live.
A very special naturalization ceremony.
This is a really inspiring group.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world. Love it.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Oh, I love the music already. This morning on Today Food, it is grilling and chilling with us, the dailies.
I love this.
Can't believe this is on TV right now. Siri and I put our heads
It's like your
together.
house.
We wanted to figure out a way to combine. I'm as passionate about music as everybody knows, as you are food. I mean,
Exactly.
you
Yep.
are crazy about food. I'm crazy about music. So we're doing a theme. We wanted to be outside, but it's raining. We're doing Jamaica.
Really good.
Jamaica in June. We've gone to Jamaica. I love it. It's my favorite place. When we moved to New York, the Caribbean's much more accessible to us than it is in California. So this sort of encompasses everything we love in life. So we try and replicate that at our house. And of course, it's the food and the cocktails, but it's also about the music. So what I've done is I've curated a playlist that's at today.com. So while you make this meal, play the playlist. It's great. It's got this song, 96 Degrees in the Shade. This is Third World, great band. They're playing the Hollywood Bowl on July 7th. Steel Pulse, one of my favorite reggae bands of all time. They're English. Earth Crisis and True Democracy are 2 records that have saved my life. We got, of course, Bob Marley. I threw a Sublime song in there. And then you have to go back to Toots and the Maytals. That's OG reggae from the 60s. They started the whole thing up. So there's a good little playlist. Put that on while you're doing this. What's on the menu?
Absolutely, it'll set the vibe. All right, so we're gonna make some rum punch.
Yeah.
We're gonna start with that, then some jerk chicken and some skewered summer vegetables.
So the rum
You
punch
start
is
with the
easy. It's just a coconut rum, a light rum, and also an apricot brandy. I want to shout out my brother-in-law, Dylan. This is actually his recipe. We're doing both pineapple juice and orange juice. You just throw it all in there.
She's sunbathing. She's all
All right,
good.
we're just going to mix this up. And I always make the drink first so you can enjoy the cocktail while we're going to strain it out, too.
Can you do these in a big batch?
Yes.
Absolutely.
And the best part is the little floater of dark rum.
Yeah, we're going to do a dark rum floater on the top.
But
like that
what
for
we
you.
made for Jenna is a mocktail version, so you just omit all of the alcohol and add like some cherry grenadine or pomegranate juice just to give it that fun.
The rum punch that's what you get off in Jamaica. If you're, I mean, that's where you gotta have it in your hand and it gets you off. So we're doing jerk chicken.
Now we're gonna make jerk chicken. I have some ginger.
We gotta
in
fly
here.
too. We're like already out of time.
We're gonna make
But honestly, the cocktail's kind of the most important.
Exactly. Yeah. Where's mine, by the way?
The jerk spice is interesting. What is in the spices?
The pepper is probably the best part. You either get a habanero or a Scotch bonnet, but don't touch it with your fingers because that'll really hurt your eyes. So we have Chinese 5-spice. That's probably my favorite spice in the whole thing. There's cinnamon, there's allspice, there's cayenne, there's paprika, brown sugar. You want to throw that in there.
Yeah, people are intimidated to make a
little
jerk sauce. You think it's a lot, like the spice, but it's not. Just follow the directions and throw it all in there.
Literally throw it all in a processor, process it up for like, you know.
And Craig, you can jerk anything. We're jerking chicken, but you can jerk steak. You can put it on anything.
But here it is.
Jerk it out.
And the key is to try to marinate it overnight if you can. An hour is fine, but like you really want to get the seasons all like marrying together and whatnot. So yeah, then throw it on the grill. You can do it inside if it's raining.
When you're in Jamaica and you come out of a bar, or this is like if you're in New York, the hot dogs are on the side of the road.
Yeah.
You get jerk chicken, street foods, right off the side, and it's delicious. And this is,
So while he does that, I'm going to make
15 minutes aside on the chive
Yeah, exactly.
165 degrees.
Charred. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so now I'm going to make a marinade for the vegetables.
These are
So we
great.
have lemon
Really
juice,
good.
olive oil, garlic, salt, and then
1
jerk
minute? Okay.
seasoning, which you can just get at the store. And we will pour
See,
that
like right
over
now,
our
that's
veggies.
Toots and the Maytals, rocking out. Now I got to get my cocktail.
Now,
got my rum punch.
If you're inside
No
like
problem,
we are,
man.
and you are going to skewer your vegetables, soak them in water.
When I flew to Jamaica on Air Jamaica,
this is an amazing
an
story.
engine went out over Cuba, and I kid you not, the pilot goes, "Hey man, no problem, man. One thing I learned, we can fly on one engine. We'll be in Jamaica soon, man." Like
I was
literally.
luckily not there for that flight because I would have.
Oh, it was fun. It's the best.
It has been a long year.
Yeah, where it's been anything but normal.
Well, now there's hope. The COVID vaccines.
I know. It's been a little confusing.
Like really confusing. So it's more important than ever to make a plan. Visit planyourvaccine.com
to find out where and when to get your vaccine.
What are you waiting for? Roll up your sleeves and plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
Plan your vaccine.
What's about to happen on our plaza is you're all going to get your very first COVID vaccine.
I'm excited.
She's excited. 3, 2, 1, champion!
So grateful.
Is that close to crying?
Here we go.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21. Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
A surprise trip to New Orleans changed Jason Santos' life. He fell in love with the flavors and the food.
That's right. It inspired his first cookbook, Buttermilk and Bourbon, which
What a
is
great
also the name
combo.
of his Boston restaurant. Today he's got a kicked-up brunch dish that would be perfect for Dad.
Yes.
I think my husband would have a heart attack if I made something so lovely.
I think you should.
I
Think
want to
about
learn how to
this.
do
It's
it.
super simple. We're going to do a deviled egg toast on nice, beautiful focaccia with some country ham, some pickled hot peppers.
Yeah.
And we're going to go with the pickled peppers. Super easy. Beautiful peppers. You can pick them in the beginning of the season, pickle them, they'll last in your fridge forever.
That's such a good idea.
Yeah, so these, just a little bit of oil. You can use sweet peppers or spicy peppers. And then what we'll do is we'll just put these on.
Plop those
Yeah,
babies
we're going
in.
to char them up. But you want them to be still raw, but nice and charred. So then we're going to pickle
How long
them.
do you keep them on here?
Probably 4 or 5 minutes. They get a nice sort of caramelization you can see here. And once they're done, we're going to take them off, cool them, and then we're going to sort of dice them up.
Okay.
And then here I have some cider vinegar, a little bit of water, garlic, salt, and black pepper. So this is sort of our pickling solution.
Yeah.
So we're going to bring that to a boil. We will dump it over the peppers.
Are you a pickling fan? Do you pickle a lot?
I am. I'm not crazy about it.
Yeah.
Like as far as what we do, I'm more particular, and I think peppers really, the heat sort of balances the heat a little bit. So pickled peppers here, vinegar, put it in the fridge 2 days. Once it's out of the fridge, we're going to drain off the vinegar, and we're going to add some olive oil. And this will sort of preserve them and be like a marinated pepper, great for like an impasto.
Then they're good for all summer
Indefinitely
long.
in your fridge, yeah. So you can do this with tomatoes or whatever you have in your garden. So some spicy peppers here. This is good if you want to try one. They definitely have a little bit of a kick for sure.
Okay, I'm nervous
but
just
the
in case.
vinegar and the
Alright, I'll do
oil
it.
is really good. It
I'll
kind
let
of
you know.
preserves them.
Let me know how spicy.
And then we're gonna get up here to this beautiful deviled egg salad.
Are you okay? Woo! Fire extinguisher. You need
I
water?
personally have never met a deviled egg that I haven't liked, so this is sort of my version of a deviled egg.
Okay, I love the deviled egg.
Good? Yeah, good. So deviled egg, country ham, some char-grilled butter, beautiful eggs. So 10 minutes, boiling water, drop in the eggs. I put a little bit of salt and a little vinegar, and that helps the sort of the shell dislocate from the protein of the egg.
This is how you
boil. I know.
an egg.
Well,
Right,
I
so this
Google
is
it
how you
every
boil
year
an
for
egg.
Easter.
Day one culinary school, right?
Yep.
Boiled ice water, most important thing.
Why? What does the ice bath
So the
do?
ice stops the cooking process and also shocks the egg. That way the shell will kind of come off the egg, makes it way easier
Where were you
to
on
peel.
Easter? I needed this.
I think back in the day, our moms would just pour it under cold water in the sink, and it made it really difficult.
She didn't even put it under
to do.
cold water.
Yeah, so I mean, you could be peeling that for a month. You know, but this makes it really easy. So beautiful eggs here. So I'm just going to dice these up, not overcooked. Okay, so and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this great deviled egg mayonnaise. So same thing, is a great condiment. You can use it for whatever you like. So mayonnaise.
Okay, plop it in there. Oh.
We're going to mix it. Worcestershire, hot sauce, lemon juice, and Dijon. So if you could just whisk that up for me,
I like
that would be
everything
great.
that you just put in there.
And so we have the diced deviled eggs, and down here I have a little salad we're going to garnish the focaccia with. So once that's all mixed,
Is that the dressing? Or
that's
what
the dressing,
okay.
yeah. So this is something you can keep in your fridge as a sort of great mayonnaise dressing. So this is all the flavors of deviled egg. Normally you take out the yolk, puree it, pipe it back in. So we have all that mixed,
It's
and then
kind
we're
of like
down
the lazy
here.
woman's deviled egg, which I really
step
like.
past you and
Yeah. So here at focaccia, nice and grilled. I'm going to take my egg salad and my country ham. So you could use prosciutto, serrano ham, country ham, whatever you like.
Yeah.
Put the egg salad on. You could cut this smaller for a nice little canapé.
what's that?
That's a char-grilled butter, yeah. So
Oh,
we're
you
going
already
to smear
said
that
that.
over the
Yum.
top.
What's this other thing over here, this little beauty?
So these are baby back ribs. Same pickled peppers we use, a little Carolina mustard, and these are unbelievable Cajun Bloody Marys.
That's one of those over.
This, oh, you want a Bloody Mary?
I do.
Why not? Oops, there goes the garnish.
Yeah.
All right, Jason,
Really
thank you
simple.
so
Thank you.
much.
Yeah.
And this would make any dad's Sunday dream.
Yeah.
All right, to get
Delicious.
these recipes, go to today.com/food.
And we're back right after this. Thank you.
I like
welcome.
this focaccia.
Yum, I
I
wanna
think it
bite.
takes it up a bit.
Yeah.
That might be.
I mean, I'd have to say that my favorite episode, come on, is the caffeine pill episode. There's no other episode that is quite like it.
Pills? You mean you really are taking drugs?
I need them.
Jesse, give me those.
I need them back. I have to sing.
Jesse, you can't sing tonight.
I especially loved it because Mark Paul and I have always been so close. He's such a good friend, dear friend, and we got to really get more dramatic and juicy with it. So it was fun for us as a change to go a little bit deeper on the show. But we all loved each other and had such a great time. It's amazing to us that all these years, all different generations have appreciated it, and it's had an impact in pop culture.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited. I'm so scared.
When we were filming the meltdown scene, I just remember our director, we had done a few takes and it was good, it was getting there, but I remember the director just saying, we got it, now just go for it. And so we did, and that's the one they kept, and that's the one that everyone seems to still like, you know, quoting and acting out. I mean, I see things on Instagram and memes and you name it, people kind of love it, but it was special for us. You know, a lot of the episodes dealt with who was gonna ask who to the dance, or, you know, the love triangle, and this one was something that we were like, okay, we're ready for this, let's go for it. And it had all of that kind of adolescent pent up emotion that is so authentic. And it was, you know, some people might say it was over the top, but it was intense, and Jessie was a little unhinged, and she was on the edge.
Well, the docs told me to be suspicious, but I'm tired of doing their shirts and dishes. You're a nice old lady, I have no doubt, so I'll sample that apple you're rapping about.
Let me sample that apple you're rapping about. Mark Paul and I kissed in that episode. That was a big deal. We were teenagers, and, you know, everyone's hormones were flying all over the place. And I loved my costume in that, finally. I didn't particularly love a lot of Jessie's clothing. So not the Z Cavaricis, not the headbands. The frizzy hair at the time was cool because it was cool. but the rest of it I didn't love. So I loved when I got to wear something, you know, that was a special costume to me. But I think we had fun in that episode. Anything that was like a musical episode, like put your mind to it, go for it. That was also our favorite. The girls.
A caterpillar emerges from a cocoon and takes a look at her new body. Now she is a butterfly. Now she has wings.
Oh my God! The butterfly Miss Bayside was a bit ridiculous. Yeah, didn't I have like attached wings, and it was kind of like an interpretive dance. It's truly one of our favorite things for all of us was anytime we had a dance number, a song. I mean, it was so much fun. Here we were doing our high school for real on set with a tutor. We'd come rehearse these scenes, and whenever there was a musical number, it just was like putting on a play, putting on a show, like in high school for real. So we would rehearse, learn the choreography, the songs, sometimes go into a recording studio and lay down the tracks. It was a dream come true.
For finalist number 2, the Powerhouse Preppies welcome Zach Morris and Jesse Spano.
So the Bayside Dance Contest, where Casey Kasem was there, as we know, God bless. Powerhouse Preppies. I don't know what to tell you, but come on. That outfit was genius. The schoolgirl with the yellow, I think it was yellow with argyle with a red bow. I got to kick really high and go into the splits, bruised my knee over and over. And yeah, Lisa did the sprain. And that was epic. I loved doing that episode. And Mark Paul and I had fun practicing the dances. What I loved most about playing Jessie when I was 15 was that I got to play a feminist, an activist. I love that Jessie was confident and a little bit ahead of her time. She never apologized for being bold. And I really respect those qualities in women.
I'm having a problem with this audition scene. It's reactionary and insulting to women.
I'm raised by an amazingly strong woman, my mom and grandmas, and amazing female forces in my life have always shown me to speak up and speak out. And I loved being able to play a role like that, especially during a time where there weren't a lot of roles where you saw women be that strong.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
Right now on NBC News Now.
They've done things like installing cameras to help alert Border Patrol to people crossing.
They are escaping a number of conditions there, violence and persecution in their home countries.
I'm rolling up my sleeves for science, so I'll survive if I contract this virus. For family dinners, family vacations, family anything. For traveling somewhere beyond my living room. And for the Rebels, there is no greater feeling than being in the stadium and cheering on Ole Miss. And now it's your turn. Roll up your sleeves, America. Plan your vaccine, because every shot counts. Visit planyourvaccine.com and make your plan.
You're the funny one. Are you making fun of my size? Don't make fun of me because of my size.
I would describe my friend's character, Katie, as a puncher. She liked to punch a lot. And it was so fun because my father was a Golden Gloves boxer, so I channeled my dad's boxing into that role. And it was so much fun. I loved it. I was always going, oh, you're so cute.
Hey everyone, this is Katie.
Hello, Katie. I was so excited to do Friends. I love the show so much, and it was such an honor. I remember being so nervous and excited to do the show, and just being so honored to be a part of the cast. It was incredible to guest star on Friends, and it is literally such a high point in my life, and my kids, my daughters, are obsessed with Friends. So literally they know like the episode numbers. I'll be like, you were in episode 1, da, 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 da. You know, like they know everything about it. So it really has won me a lot of brownie points with my kids. I remember Matt LeBlanc being great and just having a blast, and the cast being so wonderful, and they were so kind, considering that I was punching them the entire time and hitting them. They took it, and they were wonderful. And they still were so nice to me, considering that I was like punching every second I had.
Hey, cute jacket.
Oh, thanks. That's so sweet.
Ow.
My favorite part of the episode was really all of the punches, and then I remember Jennifer Aniston and I think kicking each other at the end, and it being really fun.
Oh, you're so sweet.
Oh, you're so sweet.
I mean, it's not every day you're gonna say, like, it was so fun kicking Jennifer Aniston. No, I mean, I wasn't having fun. Like, I didn't want to hurt her, but just, I love physical comedy, and they are such pros at physical comedy. So I felt so excited to be doing physical comedy with the best, you know? It was such an incredible group of people.
You guys are too much.
Whoa.
I felt so guilty punching Jennifer Aniston, but because my dad was a boxer, and from the time I was little, I would always learn how to box. Like, I didn't know really how to fake do it. Like, I mean, obviously it's called acting. Like, I should know better, right? But I just would get so into it, and so I don't know how she feels about it, but she was lovely and so sweet and kind, and so I was really lucky that she was a professional, even if I wasn't. I remember having a blast, and I remember Courtney being so loving and kind, and everybody being wonderful, and just having a really great time. And I remember being really nervous and excited, and just being so honored to be a part of the cast. I think Friends will be forever loved because it is timeless, and it's so funny, and we care about the characters so much. And I see it now with my daughters who love Friends so much. I mean, literally at summer camp, they had my daughter come down to like do a Friends trivia with the counselors. And I love that it's cross-generational, where like people growing up today, you know, are watching it, and that adults love it, and you know, teenagers love it so much. And I just think it's one of those timeless shows that just completely holds up.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground. Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes, this is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world.
Love it!
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I joined Ellen on her set. What's been a difficult year for her personally and for her show.
Very few people go through such huge public humiliation. How can I be an example of strength and perseverance if I give up and run away?
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
I think I probably hear the line, "Daddy, can I have $300?" more than anything.
Dad, I need $300.
How would I describe Hillary Banks? You know, it's the way I've described her has changed over the years. I still think she's incredibly self-centered, and she's just myopic. You know, she's been grown up as daddy's little girl, first child, and it was a girl. You know, I just imagine that they dressed her up in all kinds of little fancy little frilly things, and everything she wanted, they gave her. And my first child was a daughter, so I'm starting to even understand it in that regard. I think I underestimated a lot of things about her. I think she's very determined. She's so self-centered and seemingly myopic, but at the same time, she's very focused and determined and has confidence. You know, the confidence we all wish we had. If she wants to do something, she knows she can do it. She's going to do it because that's what she wants, and that's it. And she's going to get it because she always gets what she wants. You know, so nothing stops her, and I think that's a quality of Hillary's that I love, and I wish I could have a little bit more of. And I do think that she has a lot more heart. You know, she has a lot more heart than she might always get credit for.
Look, there he goes.
Hillary Banks,
Yes, Trevor!
will you marry me?
Yeah, the bungee jumping episode will forever be my bittersweet episode, because I remember when I read the script for the first time, there was this horrible heartbreak of, oh my gosh, Brian Stokes Mitchell's not going to be on the show anymore, because Brian, who played Trevor, was so wonderful. I loved working with him. I loved the Hillary-Trevor romance. It was really fun. And so it was horribly disappointing to read, like, oh no, you know, Trevor's gone, Brian's gone. And then you just see the way how it happened and how it played out. And then, of course, that's the laughs, the part that was so funny.
Yes.
Yes, what?
Yes, Your Highness.
I think my favorite episode still for me to do, and I liked it how it came out too, was in the first season when Hillary drops out of college and is blackmailed by both Will and Carlton. You know, and when I go to my brother for help, I'll never forget when we taped that episode, and it was the first season, and so I didn't know a lot of how the audience was taking Hillary. You know, I hadn't had a lot of feedback from people yet, but I was assuming people probably weren't going to like her that much because everyone loved Will, and she had this kind of thing with him. And we got to the part where I go to Carlton for help and say he's making me, you know, clean his dirty drawers or lucky draws or whatever. And he says, "Will you clean mine?"
Is he making you clean his room?
No.
Will you clean mine?
And when that happened, he turned on me. The audience did not just start clapping, they started stomping in the stands. They started stomping their feet and howling, and we were trying to keep a straight face and stay in the scene. And if you watch the scene, you can see as they cut back and forth, you can see me kind of smiling and trying to play it off as I can't believe you smile. Because I couldn't keep it down. I couldn't believe they hated her so much. They were loving seeing her get hers.
I'd like to finish my story if that's okay with you, Hillary.
It was fun, the whole thing barking like a dog at the table, and how we choreographed, put that whole thing together was really fun. You know, I was really lucky to get a lot of really funny lines, and I forgot how funny they were until recently when I found them as memes and stuff. One I totally forgot about from the first season that I saw as a meme was, good God, who shot the couch?
Good God, who shot the couch?
There are so many good ones, like, how do I put this nicely? I'm just too good for you.
As long as neither of us are doing anything, why don't we not do it together?
Oh, well, that's very sweet, but how can I put this nicely? I'm too good for you.
You know, there are all these just lines that were just her just being honest in her own Hillary way.
Will!
Hill!
Daddy, I need $500.
Like what you see on The Fresh Prince is Will. That is Will, more than any other film you'll see. I remember I saw Shark's Tale, the animated film that he did, and I was telling him, I said, I saw Shark's Tale, and it reminded me, it just made me feel like I was with you so much, like more than anything else I've seen. He said, because in that film, he said, the only other thing besides Shark's Tale where they let me do whatever I wanted was Fresh Prince, just being myself and do what I wanted. So it was like, if he's playing a fish or if he's Will on the Fresh Prince, that's really him. Just this big personality, loves to laugh, is so curious and so intensely bright. You know, he's always, you can see it when you watch him. I mean, if I watch him interviewed or on something, I still see that laser focused look because his mind is going and everything's like churning, and he's always finding excitement in things. We had so many great guest stars. Zsa Zsa Gabor let me wear her ring all day. That was cool. So she gets points for that. You know, I love that we had Milton Berle on the show, but I never interacted with him. He was apparently a real curmudgeon. Tom Jones was probably one of my very favorites. I was really excited that Tom Jones was on the show. But my very favorite person to act with, hands down, was Regis Philbin. All these people on the show, but I will tell you, Regis Philbin, we were talk show hosts. I was guest hosting with him. And he's so dry. He was so funny. His timing was incredible. And it was just a real fun game, you know, tossing it back and forth. I would have loved to work with him regularly.
You spend more on clothes than most small countries spend on grain.
I feel like I learned a lot from James as a person and as an actor. That's hard because I feel like it's so much in me. And he was so generous. You know, I'll never get over the episode that sticks with so many people, that when Will's father left.
How come you don't want me, man?
And I remember Will really wanted that to work, and him going to James and talking to him and giving him advice on things and being really helpful in a really quiet way, in a very quiet way. He was not heavy-handed about anything like that. But one thing James did that was really beautiful is he saw things in you that you might not see in yourself, and he saw possibilities. He used to really want me to play Lady Macbeth. It made me look at myself differently. It made me look at myself as an actor differently. It made you feel, it was nice to be seen, but it was also interesting to recognize someone seeing you through a very different lens than maybe you saw yourself, and credit yourself. And he did that not just with me. You know, with Tatiana, he had the same thing about something he wanted her to do that he really saw. And I think it landed on her, or she saw that for herself. And he was beautiful that way, that he would look at you and say, you know, it's like what you're capable of, you know, what you can do, something so different from how you might see yourself. And it made you kind of expand. Yeah, he was amazing. You know, one of my favorite things about the relationship between the siblings, the whole family, and really just the whole makeup of the family and the cast, including Jeffrey, was how different we all were. We were all from such different personalities. I don't think anybody was like another person in this whole cast of characters. And that was really a wonderful thing, especially for a Black family on screen. Like whenever I see scenes with Hillary and Ashley, it's like oil and water in a way. Not in a that they don't like each other, but that they're just so different, you know. And Ashley's so kind to her sister, who she feels, she's her big sister, but she kind of feels for her because it's almost like somebody dropped Hillary on her head. That's like kind of the way Ashley speaks to her a little bit, you know, recognizing that she's different. And I love that, you know, Hillary still feels like whatever she's saying is right, and that's just the way the world is. I think Hillary now would be the queen of the internet. I have no doubt. She'd be the Instagram queen. To me, that's so obvious. I remember once I thought of it once and I was like, oh yeah, that's where she lives, you know, and that's what she was made for. She would own it. She would own it.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground. Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic. How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Did I do that?
Did I do that actually happened really early. It morphed out of me saying, excuse me first. I would bump into inanimate objects, knock them over and turn to them and then say, excuse me. But it seemed like the day I said, did I do that? It just caught on as a phrase. And then the writers just started having a field day, start taking other people's catchphrases. I've fallen and I can't get up, and, look what you did. And, they just kind of went on a catchphrase run. How I wanted to tackle Steve Urkel when I was a kid was very unique. I was actually, all of my inspirations were white. They were Ed Grimley and Pee Wee Herman, and the lead in Revenge of the Nerds. I remember that movie had come out and was very popular. And so I actually wanted the glasses with the tape in the middle, and my father procrastinated and I didn't get them. And I was really bummed about that, to be quite honest. So because my inspirations were white, the character came off being very authentic and original, like something nobody had ever seen.
Don't put us near the kitchen or the bathroom, okay?
Oui, Monsieur Roquel.
I hate the sound of flushing while I'm eating. Don't you, my pet? Excusez-moi.
I was supposed to be one and done. As a matter of fact, all of the other boys were on the audition, were there to audition for the role of the good-looking, handsome kid that Laura wanted to take out, because all of their agents had perceived that kid would stand the greatest chance of being a recurring character. So there was only probably about myself and two other kids there for the nerd role, and I was particularly excited about it because I had braces on my teeth. If you'll notice, in the earliest years of Family Matters, I had clear braces on my teeth.
Please, party on, party on.
The first episode for Stefan is such a memorable moment for me. I think The Big Fix, the first episode in the first season, where I really settled into the character, had my first block comedy scene. I could feel something different happening on the stage there. Shooting in Paris, shooting in Orlando at Disney World, those things meant a lot because Black shows didn't get a chance to do those types of things back then. I'm pretty sure there's no other Black show that's filmed a sitcom that's filmed in Europe. That was pretty dope. Just milestone stuff. The Grandmama episode where we had Larry Johnson on the show. That was my first time writing. I wrote that episode, wrote the story for it. I did it again when we had New Edition on the show. I called those guys up myself. Everybody asked them if they would be on the show. So that was when I really decided that my future was about becoming an executive producer.
Harm! Crank up the music. It's time to do the Urkel.
The Urkel dance again was, I think, the production and producers trying to just lean into the hype at that point. And I remember Gary Montier, may he rest in peace, was a Broadway dancer and producer. And, we made fun of him a lot as he showed us that dance that day, because all we wanted to listen to was the current hit music and doing the actual dances of the day. So getting us to stop doing real dances that were being done in the streets to get back to the choreography of the Urkel dance is what that day was all about.
This is a school assignment. It's pretend. We're not married. We're not engaged. We're not even dating, and we never will be.
But Kelly was so underrated as an actress. We really pushed each other. I think there's a crying scene where I'm waiting on her hand and foot, and I have an apron on, as a matter of fact. And she just is like, Steve, go home, get out, please, don't ever come back. She just unleashes a tapestry of just get the hell out of here. We had never intended that to be a scene where she and I teared up. But in the moment, it just happened. And I'm almost tearing up even thinking about it, because it was just like, it's a thing that happens between two actors. And it was just like on tape night, all the run-throughs, everything. Nobody had ever teared up.
Laura, I know I'm not worthy of you, but I just can't help loving you. It's like wanting to touch a star. You know you'll never reach it, but you've just got to keep trying.
In that moment, it just became a really heartfelt moment. And I remember telling her, I said, loving you, Laura, is like reaching for a star. You know you'll never touch it, but you keep trying. And it was like, we both just started bawling right there in front of the audience. It was like in that moment, even we walked out, it was like, ooh, we're actors. Ever After is a really, really fun podcast. I think it'll give people more true insight into who I am, what my journey has been, and where I might be headed. And it celebrates perseverance. It's not just about child stars. Ever After celebrates perseverance and what it is to keep doing something and that you love and overcome obstacles.
Spending so much time at home might have resulted into you looking into your man's face more than usual and noticing that he could use a little help.
Or maybe your teens are fighting acne for the usual reasons. Well, dermatologist Dr. Angela Lamb is here with some of her favorite products. Dr. Lamb, hello. It's good to see you.
Hi.
All right, so we don't usually talk about men's skincare, but we thought it might be a good thing to do. So, obviously, like we always say, men age so much better. Do they just have a different quality of skin?
Absolutely. So men for sure have different skin with the increased testosterone. That makes their skin more oily. It makes it have more hair, clearly. So there are just some different things that we have to be thinking about for men's skin.
Okay, so you have some products that you love for men. Show us this pack of 3, this trio that you love.
Great. Yeah, so I really love this Kiehl's facial fuel. What's nice is often men just want to be told what to do. They want to keep it simple. And so with this pack, we have the face wash, the scrub, and the moisturizer. So if you do this, you kind of have all the things covered.
Okay, so guys can have dry skin or oily skin or T-zone or whatever. So does it work for all skin types?
Yeah, this one's great for all skin types because you have that scrub for the days you're feeling a little bit more oily, and then you have the facial wash just more for the winter. So this is a really good one.
Okay. So let's talk about men and masks. And then we're not talking about the mask that we're all wearing every day. We're talking about a skin mask.
Oh, a bro mask.
Yes, yes. So I love this bro mask by Jackson Lane because it's actually a two-part. They really take the men's skin into consideration. So they're looking at the fact that there's skin that's different on the top than the bottom, where we have those beards like we talked about. And this one is great. It's a hydrogel. It has collagen in it, antioxidants. You can apply it and just put it on. And so this is a really good one for moisturizing and relaxation, too.
Well, Gavin, he's one of our top producers, and I think that's
his dad or his father.
Or his father-in-law. So how long are you supposed to keep that on?
Yeah, you're supposed to keep that one on, they say, for 20 minutes. They actually have on the packaging long enough to have a margarita. So that's their recommendation.
That's kind of nice. Okay, the next one is sort of all-purpose. Talk to us about this.
Yeah. So this is like the basic. This is for the guy that doesn't want to really do much of anything. They want to get in the shower. This one covers your face, your hair, and your body. So you'll be able to use this and get a 3-in-1. They actually call it by Jack Black. I really love that one.
Ben's in the shower with his clothes on. How does it smell, that one?
Yeah, this one smells great. Jack Black is wonderful because they, add fragrance, but not too strong. That's one of the biggest feedbacks I get from men is they don't want to have something that smells super perfumey.
Okay, so summertime is like men need to get some moisture going too. So do you have something good for that?
Yeah, so I have some great summertime moisturizer. So this Bevel Duo is wonderful because this has a serum in it, which has B3, which is good for anti-aging. Men want to think about the anti-aging too. And then it also has a nice face moisturizing gel that's very light.
So how often should we all be applying moisturizer?
Moisturizer should be applied twice a day, in the morning, after cleansing, and at night, ideally after cleansing and before going to bed.
Do most guys, I'm just curious because Henry doesn't and Joel doesn't. Do most guys, is this something that's trendy? Are more and more guys using all these kinds of products?
Absolutely, it's trending. It actually, after I did some of the other spots, I got a lot of feedback. Like, what about the men? We care about the skincare too. I got lots of texts from family and friends. So it's definitely trending. And as you can see, all of these lines are really customized for men.
You know what? I think we only have a minute left, and we have to talk about the teens
and the maskne
and the maskne, which everybody, teen or no teen, are getting. So let's talk about some good products if we have teenagers at home.
Yeah, so if you have teenagers at home, actually, interestingly enough, a lot of these products would work. With the maskne, you have to be mindful of your mask. You want to make sure it's clean. So if you're using a reusable one, wash it every day. And if you're using a toss-away one, toss that one. But some of these products will be really great. Actually, this number 7 energizing face scrub is good for teen skin. And also this oil-free Brickle. This one is wonderful, too. This is a great moisturizer that has no oil in it.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Lynn. We appreciate it.
Thanks
for being with us.
Yeah,
good ideas.
So if you want more info on any of these products, you can head to today.com/shop.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Ready, actors.
An indie horror film, a talented young actress, and a deadly shot. Dateline's newest podcast, Killer Roll.
Action!
Subscribe for free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready?
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow.
The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now.
Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
Here's a question. Does your man wear the exact same sweatpants every weekend? Does he have that football jersey that he won't get rid of? Does he still bust out his favorite flannel shirt from college?
If you answered yes to any of the above, we are here to help you with him. Here with some A-list style inspiration is entertainment and lifestyle expert Josh McBride. Hey, Josh, good to see you.
Good to see you guys. Good to be back here.
All right, so let's start right in, shall we? Let's start with our first celebrity look, which is Brad Pitt.
Yes.
All right.
I love this look.
We got Sean, who's right there. Show us what Sean's got on.
So this is Sean. Okay, so let's take a look at the Brad Pitt. This was actually from GQ, the September issue. We were just talking about it. Brad looks so great here. He doesn't age, first off. This first cotton twill, this orange shirt is from Boohoo. That was $24. This yellow crew neck, which fit really, really well. You just throw that on for a pop of color. Great for fall. That's from Shein. This belt under there is from Mission, which is so comfortable, so easy to use. And then the boots are from Macy's. The boots look great.
Yeah.
Good job,
Great
Sean.
Looking good, Sean.
Thank you, hon.
Just like Brad Pitt.
There we go. Nice
There you
spin move. All right, we got The Rock next. Tell us about his look.
Yeah, this look was also really great and so simple. And I love it because you could really change out the pants here to make it kind of a different color combination.
Come on, Vinny.
Or you can make the shirt even longer for the fall. So the shirt here is also from Shein. It's $15.
Wow.
There's a bargain for you. And then I just, again, love it because you can change up the pants. We went with gray here. These shoes, these are your splurge item. These are from Thursday Boots. They're $170. But the best part about them, they're going to stay in your closet.
Yeah.
Willie, you know a good pair of shoes.
Absolutely.
You keep them in your closet. You could really wear them with anything. These are those shoes to splurge on.
Looking good, Vinny. Thank you very much. Let's turn now to Ryan Reynolds, Deadpool himself.
That's him. There he is. I mean, come on. You can't. This is such a good look. So we love this look because there was so many different tones in it. So this is Josh. It's all about mixing and matching here. So let's talk about the blazer and the pants. Both are from Old Navy. And the best part is they're actually two different tones if you look close, which we loved because two tones is great, and then also it plays off of the light blue and the dark blue with the shirt, which is from Express at $69.90, and then the vest, which is also from Shein as well. But I love the two tones of the entire outfit.
Yeah, and those shoes are great. They can go with just about anything. I love that look, too.
Leave them with anything. Another classic that you just keep in your closet, a pair of brown shoes, brown boots.
Josh is giving Ryan a run for his money in those side by side right there.
Thank you,
Nice
Josh.
Looking good.
All right, and next we've got the let's look at Will Smith's look.
Okay.
And show us some Axel.
And this is Axel, and I love this. So let's talk about the faux leather jacket. This is great for fall, can transition you into winter. That's from Burlington. Get this, $29.99.
For real?
Oh, I'm not done yet because this is going to be good. The sweater is from Claiborne. J.C. Penney on that one, $19.99. Let's keep going. The wool pants are from Marshalls. These are $79.99. And here, let's get to the shoes here. These are also from Burlington at $22.99.
Wait, that whole outfit is what, like $100 for every single, almost all
pieces are under $100, but you're going to get this for right around $150.
That
the
is-
entire outfit.
That's great. Should we bring all of our guys out? Come on out, guys.
It's a good-looking
might as
crew right
well.
here.
It's a
Come
good-looking
on,
crew.
why not?
They give the celebrities, like you said, a run for their money.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks for that.
So as the saying goes, your first impression is your last impression. I didn't even know that saying. But there's one organization that's making sure men look the part.
The nonprofit Sharp Dressed Man helps men in the Baltimore and Los Angeles areas get back on their feet.
So check out how one suit can make all the difference in someone's life.
It's been 4 years since Danny Jarrell last put on a suit.
When I put a suit on like this and look at myself in the mirror, the first words were, that's me. That's who I am. It's been a little difficult to see that. Things got a little shaky, a little rocky. Through it all, I persevered, and now I'm here seeking some help.
Danny, who is in the process of looking for a job, will go home with a 3-piece suit, completely cost-free, because of the efforts of the nonprofit organization called Sharp Dressed Man.
Coming here put me exactly where I wanted to be. And having this new suit will affect my attitude when I go into the interview. My mood, my morale, all of that is affected just simply by this new suit.
Sharp Dressed Man is the passion project of custom suit designer Christopher Schaefer since 2011.
Sharp Dressed Man is an opportunity for men that have the desire to get back up on their feet. I love that part of it, of seeing what the clothes can do for someone when they've been doing the inward change as well. There wasn't anybody that was really just focusing on the clothing. When it came time to go and interview, what were they going to wear?
So Sharp Dressed Man found its purpose, transforming men one suit at a time. The men are referred to the organization from other nonprofit programs in the greater Baltimore area.
We believe that we're empowering men. You don't get a second chance to make a first impression. It might even be even more true with guys who have a record or a history and don't yet have the confidence in themselves. When you see a guy look at himself, that's where the magic happens.
The group accepts donations on Fridays and Saturdays and then opens the door to Sharp Dressed Man every Wednesday. As each man searches for the perfect fit, a hot meal and haircut are also provided. Over the last 8 years, the nonprofit has suited up over 7,000 men. Men like Emmanuel Claiborne.
I'm president in recovery right now, trying to get myself together. I have a job interview coming up, and Sharp Dressed Men is the best thing could have happened to me today. When I become a productive citizen of society again, I'm gonna put my all into it. And I hope they have more places like this, Sharp Dressed Men places, you know, where people can go.
This is also personal for Christopher, who knows the struggle of having to get back on his feet.
My past was not custom-made suits, and I was a starving artist for a long time, and that led to all kinds of other problems. I see myself in them. I constantly think, like, if I wouldn't have made the changes that I was making, I probably would have been a guy that was in line, just like them.
Sharp Dressed Man is spreading an attitude of looking good and feeling good to Los Angeles with the opening of a storefront there.
Level would be to expand into more cities and really be able to chapter this out. I think that Sharp Dressed Man could be in every city around the world. If we're able to go and help other people by what we're doing and we're making a difference in their lives, they're making a difference in mine.
They all look so sharp. With us now, the founder of Sharp Dressed Man, Christopher Schaefer. Christopher, this is so necessary what you're doing, and you've dressed 7,000 men very sharply. What's that feeling when you give them a new suit and a tie and when they walk out of there?
Well, I have to say that we have a great team of people.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the founder of it, but there's so many people that make it work. I mean, I couldn't dress 7,000 people by myself. So it's really powerful to see when everyone works together. It's great teamwork. You know, someone's helping picking out the jacket, someone's helping picking out the ties, and people are sorting the clothes. It's quite an operation.
Chris, we want to walk over here and we'll ask you what it's like to see these men's life transformed. It must be pretty cool, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's awesome.
Okay, well, we have a little something we want to share with you.
Okay.
Our Today Show staffers rated their closets. Some of these are in better shape than others.
Oh, cool. Yes.
These suits will be donated to Sharp Dressed Man to help suit up more men in your community.
It does seem as if this White House doesn't want to bring a lot of high-profile attention to the issue. What efforts might depoliticize vaccine hesitancy? What happens if we don't act on police reform this year? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground. Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. We're going to do our part and get vaccinated live.
A very special naturalization ceremony.
This is a really inspiring group. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
What's about to happen on our plaza is you're all going to get your very first COVID vaccine.
I'm excited.
She's excited. 3, 2, 1, champions!
So grateful.
That close to prom.
Here we go. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. We're going to do our part and get vaccinated live.
A very special naturalization ceremony.
This is a really inspiring group.
Celebrating Earth Day.
Let's change the world. Love it!
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
With Father's Day just around the corner, we thought, you know what, a lazy boy, and let's
Yes.
put our feet up. We wanted to get two dads an early ambush makeover.
Missing our cocktails, but
Yep.
that's okay. Of course, no transformation would be complete without our crack glam squad. From the Louis Licari Salon, hairstylist to the stars, Louis Licari.
And our newly engaged
Hey.
lifestyle contributor, Jill Martin.
Congratulations,
We
Jill.
love Jill. This week, Donna's at the door, and that can mean only one thing. She's surprising two friends, Charles Ivy and Zach Jacobs from New Orleans, who were nominated by their wives, Valerie and Casey.
We will reveal their new looks in just a moment, but first, take a look at how the surprise went down.
It's Donna at the door. Hi, guys! I'm in New Orleans, Louisiana for a special Father's Day ambush makeover. And I'm here with Casey and Valerie, and you guys nominated your husbands. Why did you nominate them?
I nominated Charles because I'm a disabled veteran and he has done so much for me and our son. I just feel like it would give him like a boost of confidence.
And you were talking about how he wants to start a new business.
Yes.
And this would give him the confidence to do that.
I think it would definitely help.
Zachary is such a good father. He works so hard for our family and he's pampering me, so I just wanted to give him an opportunity to be pampered.
He's always been a very hands-on father. He says that's the best part of his day, coming home to his son.
So Zach's an artist, so he spends so much time with the kids, painting and sculpting. He's a very creative father.
He's famous for wearing this yellow shirt, right?
Yes, he is. It's very much like I am just gonna wear the first thing I pull out of my drawer every morning.
Are you nervous? Are you excited?
I'm excited. Hi guys! We are working on a very special segment called Ambush Makeovers. And your beautiful wives over here think that you guys do so much as fathers every day that you deserve an entire day to be pampered and spoiled and get a new look. You do so much for your family every day, and they wanted a reason to be able to celebrate you in kind of an unconventional and unique way.
Yeah.
And this is their gift to you.
Well, they got that.
Positive surprise?
Yeah, this is great.
Yay!
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I reckon.
Happy Father's Day.
And you have each other. You're not doing it alone.
We appreciate everything you do for us. You wake up so early and you work so hard. Can't wait to see how you guys look.
Yes, indeed.
Yay! Happy Father's Day.
Thank you.
All right, here with Charles is his wife Valerie, son Charles, and Aunt Deborah. And here with Zach is his wife Casey and children Zach and Elle. Are you guys, Ellie, are you guys ready?
Ready, guys?
You have to keep your blindfolds up. First up is Charles. Let's take one look at Charles before, and let's bring out the new Charles.
Keep those blindfolds on.
Keep them on.
Keep them on.
Wow! Charles!
Charles!
All right, guys. Y'all want to take a look at Charles?
Yeah.
Go
Okay,
for
take
it.
them off.
I think you're going to like what you see.
Look at this guy.
Oh, my God. What do y'all think? Do you recognize him?
I do not.
Oh, you can go give him a hug. Y'all want to give your daddy a hug?
Oh, come on.
Guys, so tell us about Charles's look.
Okay, well, with Charles, obviously, we cut his hair. In fact, look how
Look
much.
how much hair came off of you.
Is that
my God.
amazing?
Oh, wait. Charles hasn't even looked at his
Charles,
own look.
this is what remains of the
That's
past
the
look.
hair.
You want to turn around and take a look, too?
And,
Hold on. Oh, Lord. Do you like it, Charles?
Oh, good.
Oh, Lord.
Do you like it?
I like it.
Oh, good. Okay,
You said he looks like Val Kilmer.
I think they call that shell shock.
Yes.
But with Charles, we just, Breno Miranda, who's one of the best men's hair cutters in New York, gave him this new shape. It's still casual to fit Charles's personality and life, and he looks great.
Oh, he looks
I brightened up the hair a little bit, and it's but very natural.
And his outfit is so good.
Yeah, we went shopping at J. Crew last night. We wanted to just give him pieces he can mix and match, and looks really cool with the sneaks.
Yeah, I like the
sure
sneaks too.
does.
Yeah, those are
All
great.
right, Charles, come on over here. We're going to bring
Now,
out.
everybody turn back around.
Yes.
Okay? Turn back around because next we have Zach. Let's remind everybody what Zach looked like before. There's Zach. All right, everybody turned around?
Yes, turn around.
All right, turn around, guys. All right, Zach, come on out.
Wow, Zach
Buddy.
is Dapper.
Hey.
We like to call him Dapper Zach.
Wow.
All right, y'all
Look at this guy.
Zach, do you want to see yourself? Go for it.
Oh, whoa.
Sounds good.
What do y'all think?
Oh, you
Pants that
Do you recognize that? So quick, you can tell us about his makeover.
Breno, this is again. Breno gave him this great haircut, New York hipster to the epitome of it, and not much else. I mean, he just looks great. A big haircut makes a difference.
In this outfit.
Yes, he wears those yellow T-shirts in bulk.
Uh-huh.
You do?
So
You
yeah,
love a yellow
he buys
t-shirt?
Not a lot of them.
So we gave him a yellow touch of pocket square from J. Crew.
There you go.
All right, go give Zach, go give your dad a hug and tell him how great he looks.
Thanks, guys. You can check out these looks, by the way, at today.com/shop. Thank you all. You look
Thank you,
great.
guys. We'll be back after this.
Right now on NBC News Now.
Here in Chicago, about 20,000 middle schoolers returning to school today.
They also took advantage of existing vaccine distribution networks throughout Alaska.
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Our week-long journey begins here in Orlando, Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Our Across America journey, reporting on an America rebuilding and reimagining a future after the pandemic. Breaking news tonight, the ceasefire in the Middle East after 11 days of deadly violence. Richard Engel is on the ground. Do you think there's a connection between policing and racism? How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Our Across America journey here in Louisville, Kentucky, Cleveland. Reporting on an America rebuilding after the pandemic. How narrow a window do you have to really get kids back where we would want them to be?
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt.
Let me learn a little bit, and I'm gonna have you all the way together like mommy be having you together. Let me check you out. Let me see you. Oh, okay, let me see. Not yet, not yet?
No.
I ain't got it yet? All right, sit back down. Let me try again.
So one way dads are trying to stay involved in their kids' lives, doing their daughter's hair. This is actually my barbershop here at 30 Rock. But dads aren't just taking their sons to the barbershop anymore. No. Dads are actually doing their daughter's hair as a way to form a lasting relationship as they braid.
I'm Frank Whitfield, and we have 3 beautiful daughters, Octavia, Sophia, and Eliza.
My name is Ricardo Benson. My daughter is Colby Benson.
Outside Cleveland, Ohio, 2 dads are tackling the tresses of their daughters, or at least trying to.
Oh, tired. I'm tired. On my back. I recently made a huge decision to resign from my job, so I'm around a lot more, the house, and I want to be able to chip in and help out with the kids with their hairs. I came into Octavia's life when she was 8 years old, so I went from single to married with a daughter. Immediately I had to learn how to figure out how to do her hair when we wanted to go out somewhere. And Sophia, she doesn't let me do her hair yet because she doesn't feel like I'm good enough yet. And Eliza, she doesn't know any better, so I get a chance to do her hair quite often. I'm gonna keep that out there. I'll brush you together right here. You all right?
Yeah.
We all find our unique things that we do together. And so even when they're doing each other's hair, I'm sitting amongst them talking to them. So, hair is a big part of this house, and a lot of households, hair is a key part of it. So we get that bonding opportunity often, whether I'm doing the hair or not. We often get a chance to bond around it.
My daughter is my world. Everything I do is for her.
The combing, the brushing, it's not about looks, but about time together.
When we do her hair, we do it at night. We sit on the couch, we watch a movie, she'll read a book. And it's just time for us to really just sit down and talk about how her day was going. It's a bond for sure. And I want my daughter to understand that she can talk to me about anything. And sometimes that's when I get things that I don't hear about her day. She's more relaxed at that time and she opens up a little bit more.
It hurt?
Her hair is so curly, it's kind of hard to do sometimes.
What could I do better? Braids? The twist?
Just a side pony.
But at the same time, I want to be able to provide that for my daughter as well. I just hope that I can continue to put that smile on my daughter's face after I do her hair and her really like it. And me not be like, Daddy messed up on this one. Let's start over.
That's where Taya Riggins comes in. She owns Naturally Me Studios and holds quarterly workshops teaching Frank, Ricardo, and others how to perfect their ponytails.
I actually deal with a lot of male clientele. They'll come to me and they say, hey, T, you know, can you help me with my daughter's hair? And because I have a passion for hair and a passion for teaching, I thought that that would be a great opportunity to step in, because we expect dads to be about sports and we expect them to be about other things, but there are things that you can do with your child. Doing hair is actually really fun and interactive.
I decided to take this class just so I can be better at doing her hair, not hurting her, pulling her hair out, and learning how to braid.
Well, I think that's the challenge. People don't want you to practice on them. You know, it's like they want you to have it right. So classes like this give me a chance to figure it out.
I hold the brush right here at the base because it makes it easier and you're not yanking.
Before I took the class, I was the king of the ponytail. So just, you know, brush it all the way back. You know, try your best to squeeze it and put the rubber band around it. I still haven't figured out the braiding though.
A lot of them come out a little bit like the Pippi Longstocking. You know, sticking straight out of the head instead of actually laying down.
I feel like it seems easy, you know, grabbing two strands and twisting them tight. You know, the last time I tried, I failed, so I ended up going back to the ponytail. So it's like, all right, I gotta master this thing.
So this is also a trend that's becoming more and more popular. You've got dads on YouTube learning how to do their daughter's hair. You've got dads teaching other dads how to do their daughter's hair. Now you've got this former NFL player named Matthew Cherry. He's written a book called Hair Love, highlights all of it. Why do you think this particular story resonates with so many people?
I just thought, you know, the father-daughter dynamic was so unique. Just this combination of like all these viral videos of black fathers doing their daughter's hair. These videos were going viral because people weren't used to seeing these images. They thought it was like an anomaly. And so with this, I just want to make sure that hopefully just normalize it. And, you know, right now, I think in 2019, like, you know, the gender norms are going away.
What do you want people to take away from the book?
I think there's a big stereotype that African-American men aren't involved in their kids' lives. And so just trying to normalize and show that, you know, yeah, we definitely, not only are we a part of our kids' lives, like we'll do things that you probably didn't think that we would do, like doing hair and, you know, things you do because you want to show your daughter that she's the most important thing in your world. And so I think that really is the messaging behind it.
But for those dads back in Ohio, it's the daily practice, the small moments with their girls that they treasure.
I wouldn't change it for the world, whether I'm messing up or it looks great, you know? Every moment that I get with my daughter that's all that matters.
Being a father, it's about being present. It's important that they feel that love and that they feel that care and protection as a father. And I think things like being able to do their hair are just pluses. It shows that, hey, I want them to feel and look beautiful. The ability to bond with your daughters like this is something that is irreplaceable.
These are places we may not be able to visit for a while. Come with us as we take you there, into our incredible world.
Woo!
We are sailing the Mediterranean in search of lost civilizations to rediscover the great cities that vanished in the ancient past. Their legacy has lingered in our collective imagination for centuries, a reminder of our human frailty when faced with the awesome, destructive power of nature. And where better to begin than among the islands of Greece, where history and legend collide. You look like a Greek god.
Okay, I'm a Greek man. I don't know about the other.
Skipper Theo Marinos navigates us to our first port of call, the spectacular island of Santorini, or as the Greeks know it by its ancient name, Thera, with its white stucco houses teetering on the edge of sheer cliffs. To many, this is a bucket list vacation destination, a tourist paradise where the sea here is as warm as a jacuzzi.
That's great.
But the warm water is a reminder that Santorini is an active volcano. 3,500 years ago, a colossal volcanic eruption ripped out the heart of this island. Everywhere you can see evidence of this awesome destruction. Ancient ash. A pumice mantle over 100 foot thick blankets the entire island. A great city buried beneath. Streets, 3-story houses, beautiful wall paintings preserved. But the people who lived here, obliterated. These were the Minoans, an advanced race who ruled the seas, and this island was an important outpost of their vast maritime kingdom. Now in this island of Atlantis, there was a great and wonderful empire, and many now believe the inspiration for the legend of Atlantis, first written about by the philosopher Plato. There were earthquakes and floods of extraordinary violence, and in a single dreadful day and night, the island of Atlantis was swallowed up by the sea and vanished. Some experts say that Plato's Atlantis was located in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, but others believe that the inspiration was the destruction of Santorini.
Atlantis civilization existed here in Santorini.
Our skipper certainly thinks so.
Plato described a circle island with a volcano in the center, destroyed in one single night. That happened to Santorini.
And scientists here have recently discovered that the eruption from this supervolcano was even more destructive than previously thought.
In terms of the consequences of the eruption, it is likely the worst explosion mankind has ever known.
But the destruction didn't end there, says Kostas Sarnalakis, one of the world's foremost experts on tsunamis.
The initial wave is about 300 feet high.
Following in the wake of that colossal wave, we sail 90 miles south to the island of Crete, legendary birthplace of Zeus, and the heart of the Minoan Empire. Archaeologist Dr. Sandy McIlvray has spent more than 30 years investigating what happened to the Minoan civilization here.
The sea comes up over all these buildings, knocking all these buildings down, goes as far as that yellow field that you see up there at the end of the olive trees.
Way back there.
Way back there.
This was one of its major towns.
This was Main Street, separating these huge town blocks that were on either side. The whole town is completely wiped out, 25,000 people.
Down at the water's edge, you can find spectacular evidence of the tsunami's destruction.
There's bone, wall plaster, more pottery, basically churned up households. These are fragments of an amphora, like a big two-handled jar. Okay. There's the base of a cup. See that round base? Goes like that. Sides come up here. Put a handle on there.
Wow. So someone might have been drinking from that as the wave came in.
Yeah.
As they came to the end of their life.
Entirely possible.
Isn't it amazing to just find this stuff here like this? I just can't believe that I'm holding maybe pieces of Atlantis in my hand. Like the people described in Plato's Atlantis, the Minoans were advanced, and their palaces, like here in the ruined Minoan capital, Knossos, were magnificent. This was like the Washington, D.C. of its era, a center of power and civilization.
They're the first culture in Europe that has running water coming down into their buildings. One of the things that we get from Minoan art, you see that men and women are equal. If anything, the women were more powerful. They just have this almost miraculous civilization.
Miraculous, yes, but Atlantis?
I really suspect that the Minoan civilization and Santorini is where Atlantis is.
Amazingly, and despite the similarities to Atlantis, Dr. McIlvray is not so sure.
Where is Atlantis?
If it's not here, go west through the Pillars of Hercules into the Atlantic Ocean.
He believes that when Plato wrote that Atlantis was beyond the Pillars of Hercules, he meant outside the Mediterranean.
You think it's in the Atlantic?
Well, I mean, I read Plato as an undergraduate. I did classics and developed a fairly high opinion, and I really don't think it's fiction.
So, was Plato's inspiration the destruction of Santorini? Or is it just a story? Or perhaps, just perhaps, is there a lost Atlantis somewhere beneath the ocean? Next, we travel west, across the Mediterranean, to another lost city. It too was destroyed by a volcano, but this place is definitely not a legend. Pompei.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here, a very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprises.
Yes.
This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world.
Love it!
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
Way back into history. Over thousands of years, all over the Mediterranean, great civilizations have risen and fallen. Some were known to historians, but others were lost to time. Troy in Turkey, like Atlantis, was thought to be a fiction until an archaeologist who believed the story was based on fact began excavating this hill and found it. When a Swiss explorer disguised as an Arab traveler entered this canyon, he rediscovered the secret hidden city of Petra.
One of the most exciting finds ever.
As recently as 20 years ago, divers off the coast of Egypt found the ruins of an Egyptian city that had been swallowed by the sea. And these incredible structures on the islands of Malta are more than 5,500 years old, more ancient than Stonehenge and the pyramids. But the most celebrated of all lost cities lies on the west coast of Italy, in the shadow of the volcano Vesuvius. At 12 noon, disaster struck. A massive explosion of molten rock flying into the air like a pine tree, one witness said. The volcano ejecting thousands of tons of material per second. It fell here upon the horrified people of Pompei. Pumice and burning ash raining down on this city. It must have seemed like the end of the world. Pompei and its sister city, Herculaneum, were utterly destroyed. Their people buried beneath an avalanche of ash.
Everything was covered with this ash.
2,000 years later, Chief Archaeologist Massimo Asana and his team are digging out this vast and previously unexplored section of Pompeii. Archaeology used to be about patience and painstaking digging by hand. It still is. But now scientists are also using 21st century technology to solve Pompeii's first century secrets.
We are in the era of digitalization, laser scanning, 3D reconstruction, and of course also drone.
Questa è l'area del giardino.
The excavated city offers a fascinating glimpse into the Roman world.
We are rediscovering houses so well preserved.
A snapshot of life 2,000 years ago.
Incredible way to touch the past and the daily life of the Pompeian in the 1st century AD.
To the basics of life.
It's a bread.
Bread? Ah, this is someone's thumbprint.
Yes, this one.
And even graffiti.
It's a campaign sign for the local lawmaker.
All the time, they're discovering more. Here, writing with a date, October 17th. Important because it indicates that the eruption happened 2 months later than has always been thought. Just one day before that eruption, Pompeii was a thriving vacation resort for the Romans. There was an amphitheatre for gladiatorial combat, and street after street of grand houses with beautiful gardens. Inside these palatial homes, the walls are covered with brightly coloured paintings depicting a luxurious existence of leisure and pleasure.
What a life these folks had.
But for many, a terrible death. Thousands fled in panic, waiting to be rescued from the beaches by the fleet of galleys under the command of the great Roman admiral, Pliny. Others were not so lucky, suffocated by burning gas, then buried in a deadly rain of falling ash. This famous figure is crouching, as if in prayer, certainly in terror, and we're only now truly learning of the horrors they were going through. Back at the excavation, the professor and his team are uncovering more bodies and using the latest techniques are beginning to find out more about who these people were. Like this man, buried beneath a massive block of masonry.
He tried to escape with a few coins, not really a huge amount of money, so we understand the status of this person. Now, for the skeleton, we started also the DNA analysis, and we will know everything about his biography.
And these two victims of the volcano are believed to be a master and his slave. The team has even found the bodies of petrified horses. And this skull, found on the shore near Pompeii, is now being examined in another lab, with more CSI. Could it be, as many experts think, the skull of Pliny, the very man in charge of the Roman fleet who died while trying to rescue the survivors from the disaster zone? We should, soon, have the answer. And perhaps also the answer to Pompeii's greatest mystery. Because although more than 1,000 bodies have now been recovered here, what happened to everyone else?
The population of ancient Pompeii was 30,000.
30,000 people.
Inside the town.
But they are out there, somewhere, says Professor Osano, hidden beneath the ash. And maybe, tantalizing, there are other cities, other great civilizations, perhaps buried beneath the desert sand, or submerged beneath the sea, forgotten by history, but just waiting to be found.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. We're going to do our part and get vaccinated live.
A very special naturalization ceremony.
This is a really inspiring group. Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Are you ready? Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
A huge lift is underway for one of the most celebrated cities in this country, Cleveland, Ohio.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
We're having a baby.
Wow. The big reveal is under the lid.
Hey now. Things are looking brighter, so we want to help you find the fun in 21.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
These are places we may not be able to visit for a while. Come with us as we take you there, into our incredible world. Woo! Ah, Italy. Where to begin in this land of Romance, Renaissance, and romance? How about the place where quarantine was invented 600 years ago? If you're going to lock down, where better than in the most beautiful city in the world, Venice. A labyrinth of winding canals, famed for its glorious art and architecture, the birthplace of a billion romances. Casanova once lived here. George Clooney got married here. And so did American Marie Ohanessian, who met her gondolier husband Roberto in Venice.
I'll give you a year, 1985, and got married 2 years later. I was here on vacation.
30 years of marriage, my friend.
Yeah, it'll be 31.
31? Yes. How's it going?
I'm a lucky guy, huh?
There is a famous Venetian tradition that says, if you kiss while passing under a bridge, you and your lover remain in love forever. In recent years, Venice discovered that its beauty can be a double-edged sword. The people who truly love it lost in a sea of selfie-taking tourists.
We all got the selfie. We can leave now, but you don't even realize where you are. So Venice needs to be understood and needs to be savored.
You live in history. Francesco da Mosta, whose family has lived in this Venetian house for generations, agrees.
Venice doesn't need so much tourism. So much tourism is destroying Venice. When you lose the soul of a place, then it's lost.
Then for almost every one of us, everything changed. In Venice, it meant overnight the visitors vanished. As the world turned upside down, the pollution here disappeared. The water never looked clearer. More than ever, you could see why the Italians call this city on the sea La Serenissima, the most serene. Amazing, really, when you think that this was once a bustling metropolis, the trading center of the world. And by truly exploring this enchanted city, you can find that history around every corner. The family that lived here at the Palazzo Pisani were modern-day billionaires, merchants of Venice.
Hello.
Now it's cared for by Giovanni Gio.
I can't believe this was someone's home. Of course it was, absolutely. It's been a home of the Pisani family for over 4 centuries.
Imagine the history this home has seen, the highs and lows, and survived it all. Just about.
200 rooms and 400 windows. I know that because we have to fix it every year.
That's a lot of windows to repair. Within the walls of the palazzo, there's a trail of secrets.
There are Masonic symbols everywhere. There are many secret passages everywhere. This palazzo is full of a hidden staircase which goes up and down. This way, it's takes exactly to the Mason Temple. This is the Sala d'Oro, the golden room, and once it was totally covered with gold. As you can see on the wall, there's a little trace of the gold. Wow, and on the ceiling. And on the ceiling, of course, yes.
The family fortune lost in gambling debts. This building is now a music centre. For this grand house, just another chapter in its long history. Perhaps that's the story of Venice. It has endured. Like its grandest gondolas, these elaborately detailed boats, hidden away for most of the year, they are relics of the past. But in Venice, gondolas are still transporting people around this floating citadel, as they have done for 1,000 years. And maybe there's something about that history that might help us in these times of trouble. Across the country, another spot famous for its history, Florence. Back when travel was so easy, we took time to take in its domed cathedral, walk its cobbled streets, and cross its enchanting bridges. A place for meditation, and as any Tuscan will tell you, a place to have fun.
Hey, kid.
Hey!
How's it going, buddy?
Claudio.
Welcome to Florence.
Buonasera. My friend and colleague Claudio, who's as Italian as Armani, introduced me to the local cocktails. What are we going to drink?
We're going to have an Aperol, well, a spritz, which is half Prosecco, which is Italian champagne. And then you can put two things in it, either Aperol or Campari.
A little taste test.
Yes.
Okay.
Salute.
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 Remember when you could share drinks without disinfecting the glass?
I feel like we should hold hands. No.
Within Florence's medieval walls lived many celebrated characters of the Renaissance. Who has walked on these streets? Michelangelo.
Galileo. Da Vinci.
Da Vinci?
And now us. What a fall from grace.
Let's get back to some historic drinking. Why not?
This is a 17th century statue of a wild boar.
Yeah.
And if you touch the nose,
yes,
it will bring you good luck.
Okay.
I'll give you a coin. Put the coin in the mouth.
Okay.
Let it drop. No luck.
What
because
happened?
it needs to go through the grate.
Yes! Yeah! I love it! Avere più ghiaccio. Can I have more ice in my drink?
That's it.
We should eat something, right?
Yeah. Florence's answer to the hot dog. This is for you.
Is that for me? All right.
Yeah.
Wow.
So.
Oh, you're eating it too? Well, that's
of course.
reassuring.
You know, have a go.
Okay.
So, what is it?
What is it?
It's meat. This is called lampredotto.
Lampredotto, okay.
It's the lining of a cow's stomach. It's kind of tripe, but worse.
That's what I just ate. I need to drink to forget.
This is called the Negroni.
Okay.
Very famous in Italy. It was invented in Florence.
Yes.
It's called the Negroni because it was invented by a count called Camillo Negroni. How does it taste?
It's pretty good. I like it. I like it.
I'm proud of you.
I'm proud of you. I love you. You're the best.
No, you're the best.
After all that excitement, it's time to slow down. In Italy, that means heading south.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright.
Half of all U.S. adults now fully vaccinated.
Al is in Cleveland for our Reopening America series.
This is the greatest location in the nation.
Music is back.
Y'all were exactly what we needed.
Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Today. Future's looking bright. Are you ready? We're going to do our part to spread the word on the importance of vaccines, so crucial for reopening America.
A big day around here. A very special naturalization ceremony.
Many of them doctors, nurses, other essential workers.
If you are a nurse, thank you.
Spring has sprung, guys, and we want to fill this season with some fun and surprise.
Yes. This is the face of excitement.
Celebrating Earth Day. Let's change the world. Love it!
Tonight, the CDC's new outdoor mask guidelines. What changed that allowed this new recommendation to be made? If we do nothing, what happens to a city like Houston?
You're going to repeat this movie over and over again.
NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt. Congratulations to Lester Holt, the most trusted TV news anchor in America, on receiving the prestigious Edward R. Murrow Lifetime Achievement Award for a career dedicated to excellence in journalism.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Killer Roll, the new podcast from Dateline. Subscribe now wherever you listen.
In the region of Campania, high on a hilltop, is this picturesque Italian town of old houses and narrow streets. Very narrow streets. We've travelled to sun-bleached southern Italy, where the pace of life is slower. In this typical Italian town, the locals are, well...
Buongiorno.
Hi, how are you? Buongiorno, buonasera.
Wait, you're not Italian.
No, I'm not Italian.
Just like you.
Ciao. Where are you from?
From New York City. I'm from Los Angeles, California.
We're from Santa Barbara.
Please, will someone explain?
Ciao.
Hi, Carlo?
Yes.
Carlo from California has emigrated to Guardia San Framondi, a town founded before Columbus found America.
We're kind of right in the middle of the whole Italy thing.
The Italy thing.
The Italy thing.
What do you love about the Italy thing?
It's kind of like I've been dropped in an alternative universe where people are still really nice to each other.
Ciao. Ciao.
This old-fashioned place where folks say hello, or ciao, was slowly consigned to the past. But now more than 100 Americans and others have bought property in Guardia.
Kind of a little America.
Piccolo Americano, they call it.
Ciao.
Ciao.
Glenn is still refurbishing, but plans to keep some of the old features.
Love the old life, yeah.
His house, once home to a wealthy Italian contessa.
This was the Contessa's bedroom.
Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo? Admittedly, you can get a little carried away.
You don't have to be Shakespearean aristocracy to live here, says restoration expert Benny Adamo. For $15,000, you can have this view. Or if you have a spare $170,000, this 18th century palazzo is yours.
Frescoes. Yeah, frescoes.
Look at that.
Okay, it's a bit of a doer-upper.
Look.
Is the bed included?
Yeah, the bed is included. You can take whatever you want.
When you buy these houses, you buy a piece of their history too. Rooms untouched.
1784.
A journal written before George Washington became president.
Incredible.
This is what life is about, and what so much of Italy is about, with its rich history. One day, our lives will be history too, but the magic of Italy, its culture, its beauty, and the way it just makes your heart sing, will always be with us.